I agree with you, Baker. Hi, everyone. Professor Fappington, Strawman, Quezza, Vox, Mean Millions, hello. Welcome. So, how was everybody's casual Thursday? Hi, G-Tam. How was everyone's casual Thursday? Yeah, maybe we wrap up 2025 and try again next year, but I just don't know. Only 17 Fridays till Christmas. Yay. Better than yours, I can say with confidence. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Yep. Yep. For those of you without context, that probably sounds a little rude. Alas, I can assure you, Vox is not being rude, only factual. Only factual. That being said, I did manage to pull it together somewhat. Okay, not in the greatest way. I think I'd rather have had my day than yours too, even though I'm sick. You know what? I love being a measuring stick for people's days. I love that. That's really I love that. You know, I'm here to bring joy. And, you know, in whatever way I can bring joy. You know, I don't really want to bring joy this way all the time. At least embarrassing stories are still good for stream. Yes, but they're also deeply embarrassing. You know what I mean? Like, they're all so deeply embarrassing, and also that's just very hard to deal with. But that's okay. Not everybody can be a perfect person. I didn't get the perfect person gene. Which is chill. That's fine. Another muffin? I didn't cry today. I didn't cry. You went to bed for 13 hours? I love that for you. Joni, 32 months? It is muffin adjacent. This is a muffin adjacent story you're about to get out of me. It is. 32 months. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you. I'm very grateful. Yeah. Mhm. Mhm. Mm. Mhm. Mhm. Lurking Discord has its benefits. Does it? Does it? Mm. Do you know what? Let me bring you some joy. After my ordeal this morning, I went and had lunch with my friend, and she bought me back candy from Sweden to try. So, you know, at least, no, they're gluten-free. Well, look, they're gluten-free, but they're processed in a facility. They're processed in a facility with other products, so there might be cross-contamination, but it might be okay. But they are technically gluten-free. I've never tried them. At least I'm going to try a little bit. No salted licorice. Which ones are the Billas? These ones. Anyway, we're going to try these, but we'll wait for Tasty to get here. Phoebe, don't kill me, by the way. Huge favor. You know that incredible PNG tube that you made me? You don't by any chance still have the files for that? Because I have them somewhere. And I've uploaded them somewhere, but I don't know where. And I don't know if you still have them, but if you did still have them, The animated one with the green screen? Yeah. I would love that. If you still had it. Because I would really like to use it on days like 2 days ago when I had my, monthly mental breakdown. Thank you so much, Phoebe. If it's gone, if you don't have it, that's so fine. I just obviously swapped computers recently, and I did save everything, and it's in a drive somewhere. Hi Tigan, welcome on in. It's not a VTuber, it's just a PNG tube that I can just chuck on. Yeah. And do you know what? I managed like a little 10-minute nap that didn't go too well. Have you got your Aussie flag ready for the march on Sunday? You mean the Nazi one? You mean the Nazi march? The one organized by the Nazis? Yeah. No. I don't think it's going to flop. I think it's going to be violent. There are counter protesters. You guys get those in Australia? Yeah, they seem to pop up everywhere. People are really suffering. And when people are really suffering with no framework to understand their suffering, the blame goes somewhere. The blame often goes in the wrong places because everybody feels like they're smart. Dunning-Kruger is a real effect. And this is what you get. This is still where we're living in peak end days. Who knows? Hi, my God. But there are counter protesters, which is why I'm worried that it will be violent. Because there will be police, there will be protesters, there will be counter protesters, and then, yeah. I don't think the real Nazis all wear masks on their faces, so who knows? Like they dress in black and wear masks like Death Eaters. Lol, tiny. Yeah. There may even be counter protest. There'll be some of the people going to this protest won't even know what the fuck the protest is. Troubling times. Hi, how we doing? Greetings. What is the great lockout of 2025? I'm just waiting for more people to get here and then I'll recount my day for you. The Canadians are coming. Where? It's okay, I'm here now. You can carry on. Yeah, is everyone here? I don't know. Nope. Went too early. Miracle hi. Hi, Osirian. I'm only half here. Hello, Evan. No, I don't want to sing your name. I'll be fully here after I have a coffee. Only been here half here for a long time. The other half is disassociating with brain pain. Bad girl. Ooh, okay. Well, sweetie pie. Wishing you all the best. I love when chatters try and be dominant. You know what I mean? I love when they try and be dominant. You know they don't have a curtain rod, but they're out here being dominant. Yeah, you're so dominant. So funny. Hi, bunny. Well, you've certainly chosen a day to pop in. The day when I locked myself out of my apartment this morning, chat. Mm-hmm. 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 Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That is what... And the story doesn't end there. No, no. No, no. No. There were a few things that went right, but almost everything went wrong. So my friend cancelled on me for breakfast because she ended up having to go to a medical case out in fucking whoop whoop. And that's fine. I was like, I read my book last night going to bed. I planned my day out. I woke up, I was like, oh, what a beautiful morning. I was happy to be alive. Truly. Even if I was like partially faking it, which I might have been, I was happy to be alive. I was happy to be alive. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to be onto it today. I got this shit. I get out of bed. I get dressed because I'm like, I'm going to take my dog to the park. She's going to have the best time. It's going to be great. But before I do that, I'm going to put the dishwasher on. I did. I was like, and I'll get my rubbish. Right. So then I put my coat on. I think I grab my keys. I pick up the rubbish. I get Pixel and I get out the door. The door slams behind me and I realize I do not have my keys. Now my door locks. It locks behind me. I freeze. I stand there. I'm like, oh. Oh no. Oh no. And I am standing there with 2 bags of rubbish, dog round my waist, no keys in sight, but I did have my phone. Thank God. Because if I didn't, I truly don't know what I would have done. Truly, I truly don't know what I would have done. Would have figured it out, I suppose, but I don't know. Anyway, I stand there for a good minute. Rubbish in hand, dog, and I'm like, okay, well, as soon as I leave this level, I'm not going to be able to come back up. So I enjoy my last 2 minutes of warmth because guess what? It's fucking cold. On the positive side, it's not raining, but it is bloody cold. And I get in the elevator and I go down into the lobby and I'm like, oh, I can't even get to the bin without being locked out of the lobby. So I stand there for another minute and I'm like, okay. And I'm just like, okay, well, what the fuck else am I gonna do? So I walk out of the lobby, go to the bin, put the bins in, and then I'm standing in the garage. And I'm like, okay, at this point, what do I do? It's 8 o'clock in the morning. And it's cold. And I've dressed for warmth, but not like super warm, right? And I'm like, okay, I don't know what to do from here. So I call my mum. And I'm like, good morning, I've locked myself out of the house. What do I do? Anyway, I'm walking around the garage at this point, and one of my neighbors comes through, and I'm like, oh, thank God. And I go back into the lobby. Filth. Now, obviously, my property manager not answering her phone. Because why would they do that? Do you know what I mean? Why would she, fair, it's fine. Don't answer your phone at 8 a.m. God fucking forbid that happened to me when I take Pixel out to do wheeze at night. I guess I'm just screwed. I don't know. I truly don't, I don't know. Anyway, whatever. I have to always take my phone and my keys. Always. No matter what. Anyway. So then I'm back in the lobby and I'm talking to my mum. I'm like, well, fuck, what do I do now? And my mum's like, maybe call a locksmith. And I really don't want to because we covered it on here. The locksmith industry here in Victoria is rife with scams. But I'm like, oh, okay, I'll call a locksmith. I won't fall for a scam. I go for one with pretty good reviews and I call them. They're like, it's a $29 call out fee. And I was like, okay. And it says they'll be there in 15 minutes. The guy calls me. He's like, it's going to be 35 minutes. I'm like, okay. Anyway, at this point, I realize that Pixel really needs to pee. But as soon as I leave the apartment, I can't get back in. So mentally, I'm like, okay, well, I guess I'll just pace back and forth real fast while my dog pees and try and keep my body temperature up. I don't know. Anyway, so I finally work up the willpower to leave the lobby and walk her and she gets to do a wee, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, I then run into the building manager. Thank God. He lets me back in the lobby. 55 minutes later. Cunt. Sorry. The locksmith shows up. We go to my apartment. And he tells me this is going to be $550. By this point, it's already 9 a.m. I'm like, absolutely fucking not. Absolutely fucking not. No, I'll pay you the call out fee. Please leave. I'll deal with my property manager. No. And he's like, how much did you think it was going to cost? And he was getting really aggressive with me. And he was like, how much did you think it was going to cost when you called someone out? And I was like, whoa. I mean, there was a $29 call out fee. And he's like, well, I had to cancel another job to come to this one. And I'm like, you're a fucking liar. I didn't say that. In my head, I was like, you're a who? And it was a not particularly older man, but he was bigger than me and he was aggressive and it was so uncomfortable. It was so uncomfortable. And I was like, well, what? It's an hour's work for the drive to come to the call out, I guess. And then I was like, I'll just give you $100. Please leave. No, because he was so aggressive. He wouldn't. Like it was so scary. Anyway, at that point, I was just like, and then I was like, I was like, oh, I'll pay you $100, and I'm like, I don't want your help. And so I had my phone, so I paid him $100 on my phone, and then he's like, oh, sorry, my receipt thing's out of paper, and I'm like, show me. And I took a photo of it. I took a photo of it, and like it's like this. Anyway, it was obviously a fucking scam, right? Like this is some bullshit. They try and extort you. And so I was pretty pissed off at that, right? Like I was just like, oh my God. Anyway, so then that's obviously quite upsetting, but I didn't cry. Called my property manager. She's like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm in a meeting right now, but I can get someone to leave the keys at reception for you. Great. How am I fucking supposed to get there? Like, truly, I have my dog. And I'm like, how the fuck do you think I'm getting there? Anyway, I call around. None of my friends are answering because it's 9 o'clock in the morning. They're either in their early work meetings, you know, asleep, whatever. None of my friends are answering. So I'm like, okay, we're really just on our own for this one, but that's fine. So I end up, thank God my phone was charged. Lesson learned. Thank God my phone was charged. So I got an Uber Pet. I got an Uber Pet. And we got in the Uber Pet. And Pixel was pretty good at this stage because she at this stage is like, I just thought we were going to the park. Truly, bitch, I thought we were going to the park, and this is a weird situation. I take her to the real estate agent. We pick up the spare keys. I come back. I get into my apartment. I get my keys. I then get in the car, drive my keys back to the real estate agent, the other ones, because they need them back ASAP, and then drive home again. And then I sit there and I stare at the floor for a good 10 minutes before I'm like, yeah, okay. Yeah, that wasn't fun. No, not at all. And they won't give me a spare key. Deposit, so Cal, stop continuing the gifted sub chat. Another woman. Slay. We love that. Thank you so much. That's so nice. Was that the whole morning? It was from about 10 to 8 till 11:30. But I still didn't cry. That's right. There were no tears. I didn't cry. I didn't cry. And then my friend messaged me and asked me if I wanted to do lunch. And I was like, you know what? Sure. Anything to turn this day around. So I went and I had like an onigiri rice ball with my friend and a black sesame latte. And that fixed some of my problems. And then she gave me this candy. So now I get to try candy, which I love that for me. No, so the keys that I have, they say do not copy on them. So I've honestly taken the keys that I have to a bunch of different people, and they won't copy. They won't do it. She's like, sorry. Yeah, she's like, sorry, that's illegal. So I was thinking, I don't know. I really, yeah, I don't know what to do. I have the one set of keys and I'm at the behest of fucking that. So it's just. "3D print a copy," I say. Would that work? I would never do that. I don't know anybody with a 3D printer. I certainly don't have a close personal friend with a 3D printer. Um, hmm. I've tried, it's too bendy and could snap. Hmm. Anyway, that was the fun time I had this morning. What kind of fun time did you have today, chat? And it really threw my whole day. I haven't done my shopping.
Life truly isn't complete without getting locked out of your space once. One time when I was a kid, we had to break into our own house after vacation because Mama left her keys inside and Dad was at work.
Yeah, this is the third time in my life that this has happened to me. Every time in a different place as well. This is actually my third lockout situation. Happened once to me in my old apartment, and it happened once to me in my pajamas when I was living with my friend at uni. How? It just happens. At least there was happy sushi and not a sad muffin. You're so right, Excalibur. Great to see you've really learned from the previous experiences. Well, at least I didn't cry. Oh my god, Party Hardy. Glad I can't lock my door without using my keys from the outside. Yeah, yeah, that'd be cool. The only time I forgot my key and got locked out, I climbed in through a second-story window. I had to stand on a bin, stacked on a bin to reach the window. Oh my god, Phil, that's so scary. You're allowed to cry when your day is fucked. I'll probably cry later, but I was just so proud of myself. Like, the things that I've handled this year. Sure, mental breakdowns ahoy, but like, I had the nail go through my car tire. And I had to call out someone to put the spare on so I could, go get the nail out of the other tire and get it patched up. Did that all on my own. Like, do you know what I mean? Toss. Like that, plus 1,000 XP. And shit happens, right? I've gotten very used to it. Oh, also, I've got to tell you, the reason I am in a good mood is my dad got some health results and they're really good. Like, not perfect, but they're better than he was expecting. And so that I was like, do you know what doesn't matter? Me getting locked out of my apartment. Do you know what does matter? That. So, like, on the scale of things that can happen, okay, let's get locked out of my apartment. I also broke a nail, which is going to annoy me because I only just got them done a week ago. So I still got to last 3 weeks and this one is now cracked. Anyway, bad things happen in threes. So I probably only have one more. So that's good. I locked myself out once in winter and had to catch a train 3 to 4 stops to the owner's house to get some spare keys. I had no shoes on or a jumper. I remember some Asian girl tried asking me for directions and accidentally showed me pictures of herself on her phone instead of where she wanted to go. Oh, well, that's a nice memory of it at least. No, kind of hot in these rhinos. That's so scary. Look at you guys being insane risk takers. Then I took a nap oblivious to that it was Wednesday. And I had another appointment that I only realized I missed after looking at my emails. Oh, I hate that. I put everything in the calendar as soon as it came through. Actually, my specialist appointment came through today. It's mid-October. So, yeah. How long do nails normally last if they've been done? With my incredible lady that I've been with for 3 years, whom I love dearly, 4 weeks, sometimes 5. I've occasionally pushed it to 6 if I was poor. And like they're just my nails, and she just does such a good job. Focus. She just does such a good job, like truly. And they last a really long time. Can you get one of your nails done as a key? Probably. Well, it kind of depends on what stage you're at, right, Landa? Mine lasted 52 years now. Yeah. Well, you're not stuck under the fucking traps of patriarchy. All right. Also, you don't have a demented hand that makes you feel sad when you look at it. And so sometimes I just look at my nails instead of my hand. All right? You know? We all have our cope. You know? We all have our cope. Mine happens to be Coke Zero and getting my nails done. Don't look at me like that. No. Oh my god, go away, my boob. You were in Hossie for a diverticulitis attack. I'm on the category 2 urgent waiting list. Like, what the fuck? Health system so meh. That's so meh. Yeah, you can't eat seeds, right, Calsop? No seeds. Diverticulitis is no good with seeds. I'm pretty sure. How are you going with that diet that they put you on? Seeds, fiber, veggies. I hate it. Yeah, that's miserable. So bad. Yeah, diverticulitis is like one of those really fucked up things.
Full-blown house deposit. So
56 months though. Well, look, thank you very much. Sorry about the ads. They're not my doing. Yeah, so it's a specific kind of fiber because I think it gets stuck. From what I know, one of my dad's friends has diverticulitis. And what happens is it can get stuck and cause an infection. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, stress does make you sick, Punky. Stress, not eating well, not exercising enough. Don't look at me. I don't do it either. But that's just a fact. But like stress, not eating good food, not exercising, all of those things, it's not good for you. Hey, Daniel. Welcome on in. So what are you eating, Calsop? That's I'm curious.
No. We're going to go back and learn how to dance.
Here have 1 monies.
The fuck? No! Stop! That's what? This early? God, pack it up. I'm close to going home. That's so kind. That's so kind. It's basically a fucking call out fee for a scary man. Also, yeah. Did that. That's so generous. Thank you so much. Oh. Peeled zucchini and pumpkin. Wait, that's all you're eating? Peeled zucchini and pumpkin? Oh, Kelsop, I might have locked myself out of the house, but that's fucked. Oh, and chicken and rice? Oh, well, can you have tuna and rice? Can you get at all creative, or do you just have to eat like really, really plain? Like, is there no creativity? Hi, Famis. Welcome on in. Hi, Shaky. Anybody else who wants a hello, wave at me now or you don't get one. Oh, I hadn't thought of tuna. Yeah, like I love a tuna rice and Kewpie mayo, salt, pepper. It's nothing super special, but maybe it's on the list. I don't know, chat. Should we educate ourselves on diverticulitis for Kelsop? Hi, Calidus. Hi, Will. Highlander again. Nothing spicy, but you could get like a different flavor, like a non-spicy tuna. I don't know what I'm going to have for dinner tonight. I do know I'm about to have like at least 6 pieces of candy. Because look, my friend bought me back these candies from Sweden. And I can't wait to put them all in a jar and have them aesthetically displayed. Look, there's so much candy. Which one should I try first? These ones that you said were good? These Shoksarad. Blah. Okay. Let's try them. Oh, you're celiac too, Kelsop? These are gluten-free, but they are processed in a facility that contains wheat. So, could be cross-contaminated, who knows? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. That might be the yummiest candy I've ever tasted. Oh my god. Oh my god. Huge yes. Oh, thanks, Linda. Me too. Oh my god. You guys. Yes. What's the I couldn't tell you. I don't know. They're like sour. They're like sour something. No, they're not like Sour Patch Kids at all. Oh, I don't know. I don't know, but they're so yummy. I've had all of the Haribo brand lollies historically. Yeah, they're sweet. They're like sour on the tongue to begin with, but they're like sweet. Oh my god, I have to try the rest. All right, hold on. What are these? Let me in. So much for waiting for Tasty. I just assumed Tasty's here. I've made an assumption. Oh. Why does it taste like licorice? What? For some reason, there's like, it's not bad. They taste like lollies, but there's a soft aniseed flavor. I don't really know how to describe it. Where's the English? Here, ingredients: sugar, glucose, fructose syrup, water, cornstarch, acidity regulators, flavors, colors, black carrot concentrate. Flavors, there's a soft aniseed flavor to these ones. I don't know how to describe it any other way. Okay. These are what? Are these? Is it a little octopus? I don't know. No, they're yummy. Yep, they fuck. Yep. Very good. Yep. Raspberry flavored, interesting texture. Delicious. And then these. These feel weird. Oh my God. They taste like bubblegum. Bubblegum flavor. You know what they taste like? The nose of a Buffalo Bill. They taste like the nose of a Buffalo Bill. You know that real bubblegum flavor? Yeah. Like they taste like that pure. Yeah, it's pure bubblegum flavor. Oh my God, I'm a child. Whoa. Whoa. That is some flashback memory candy. Holy wow. That's a throwback. Like, do you know what it tastes like? It tastes like the show. It tastes like going to the show and getting a show bag and eating the cheap bubblegum candy or whatever you got out of the show. It tastes like a show bag. Does that make sense? Like, it tastes like a show bag. If all those lollies were in my house, I would eat them without stopping. Yeah, I don't experience that anymore, Ozzy. I did have a binge phase where, like, truly, I would ask my mum for $20 and occasionally she'd give it to me, and I would walk to the petrol station and I would buy a lolly, a chip, a block of chocolate, and a drink. And then I would come home and I would rotate through the delicious snacks while playing Neopets until they were all gone. It was great. And I could get all that for $20 back in my day. I'm hearing words that don't have any meaning to me because I do not live in Australia. A show bag. Oh, so would you go to a state fair or a carnival? Right? And you know the show bags that they hang up on the walls when you go to like a fair or a carnival? Do you guys not have those? And like there'll be different ones, so they'll be branded differently. Like you could maybe get like a Wicked show bag or like a Powerpuff Girls show bag, or and some of them would be like Cadbury show bags, so you'd get just all Cadbury chocolates in a show bag. Do you guys not have that in your culture? Wait, you don't wait, America doesn't have show bags? Wait, show bags are an only Aussie thing? Tiny, oh no. We didn't have them in NZ, we're so impressed. Wait, wait, wait. Excuse me. Show bags are an Australian only thing. Yeah, the Birdie Beetle one. Calsop. Oh, yeah. Yep. How interesting. Wow, get fucked the rest of the world, I guess. Honestly, I didn't get to go to the show that many times as a kid, but my parents took us maybe twice to the show. And I remember, like, it was a big deal to pick a show bag and buy a show bag and pick which one you wanted. Like, it's one of my core memories as a kid, really. Like, going to the show, seeing the animals, going on a rickety ride or two, a Ferris wheel, maybe. You know, picking out a show bag. We have gift or swag bags. Yeah, but it's kind of different. Like, these you have to buy. The county fair you go, you get a county fair burger? Interesting. Yeah, like some you could get like really expensive show bags that would have like, you know, those jelly chairs? You know, the ones that were like see-through and plastic, and they were kind of cool in the 90s if you had like a jelly chair. Like you could get a show bag with a jelly chair in it. We didn't get those. We only got the cheap kind of lolly-filled ones. Our parents let us have sugar. You have to post a photo of it, Tiny. I think you're allowed to spend occasionally on ice cream. We'll give you a pass. It's all you're fine, okay? I didn't end up doing my shopping today, so I really don't know what I'm having for dinner. I think I've got everything for laksa, so it will probably be that again. But it's gonna be late by the time I finish stream, and I'm not gonna want to cook it. What if I just had prawns and rice noodles and chicken stock? Is that lame? That's lame. If I'm going to that amount of effort, I might as well make the whole thing. Think I might have an edible and some fries? Slay. I don't have any fries. I won an inflatable chair once, but I never redeemed it. I often think back on what could have been. In a few more months, you're going to hate laksa. Don't you read me before I know what's going to happen with the laksa. All right? I'm sorry that my brain finds comfort in things that require little to no thinking once you've done them once, right? This is how habits form. That's why I listen to the same song over and over again. It's comforting. It's why I like watching the same TV show over and over again. Sometimes it's comforting. You know, it reduces the mental load. It's also why I'm good at my job. Because most of the time I am not afraid of stream because it's something that I know I can maintain conversation for a few hours at a time pretty well. Like I'm confident in it. And even though like sitting here occasionally like is a little mentally taxing, at the same time, the initial mental tax is not that bad because it's so deeply ingrained in my routine. I'll probably need counseling if stream ever ends because like my life will shift significantly. When Laksa ends, we can get her on Tom Yum. Have you had a stir fry era yet? I have not had a stir fry era. I actually gave away my wok, unironically, to one of my Asian friends, because I just didn't use it enough. And I knew he would use it. So I was like, I know that you are going to use this so much. And it had bad vibes. Okay? Because anyway, it had bad vibes. Just trust me, all right? It had bad vibes. So it's been regifted and now it's in a much happier home being used. Noodles for laksa, noodles for stir fry. I don't have anything else to put in a stir fry. I love gas cooking, but I think electric cooking in some ways is safer, sort of. Because I did find myself accidentally having left the gas on the other day and I was like, that's dangerous. I have a scorch mark on my ceiling from my ex's wok experiment. Sorry, that's so funny. Chicken, veggies, egg rice. I love fried rice. The issue with fried rice is that in order to make good fried rice, it needs to be day-old rice. Fun fact, gas leaks cause ghost sightings, and when the leak is fixed in a house, the sightings stop. What? How interesting. Not your hand, too. Bodies are wild, hey? Guys. I did try Tim Tams for the first time and they were good, a bit pricey due to being an import food, of course. That's just, yeah. I found out there's a word for when you cry over music, which sometimes happens to me sometimes. Not all that often, but you know it's happened to me a few times. It's called frisson. Did you guys know that? Like that feeling when music makes you like overwhelmed to the point? Frisson? 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 I didn't know that there was a word for it. And I was like, oh, like when I get that overwhelming emotional feeling to music, that's frisson or whatever. I didn't know there was a word for it. So that was kind of cool. Yeah, I think it has to do with Goosebumps as well. I love it. I chase it, in fact. Yeah, I mean, there are just some bits of music that when you hear for the first time hit you. I need to play one for you. This is not going to hit for everyone. Probably just me. I can play it because it's classical music. I'm just playing a little bit of it for you. Hold on. Wait, hold on. Wait, is this it? Okay, yeah, it is. I just turned it up a little bit. Hold on. You need some of the build to understand. Anyway, you get it. I don't know why, but the build for that one usually just gets me almost every time. I know it's good, right? Lindsay Sterling, I love Lindsay Sterling songs as well. Yeah. Anyway, I didn't know that there was a word for it, so that's cool. Oh, that's pretty exciting, Strawman. It's so funny how everybody like has that one song that just kind of, you know, does it for them. And it's so personal and unique to your own brain. I love it. Anyway, what politics do we want to talk about tonight? Any, if any? In my in my politics coverage today, I saw there was a shooting. Another one. Interesting. I also we're really descending towards water wars. Which is again gonna be a curious thing for all of us. Yeah, like Pony. I mean, maybe Pony does do it for some people. Star Wars music for me. No, it's such a comforting sound. I think I'm good on politics. In Australia or America, you can talk about whatever politics is affecting you. ISIS removing fucking firefighters from the front lines. Firefighters? Jesus. Can we avoid the murdering AI bot? I'm not
a full-blown house
sure.
deposit, so
Seed. Thank you for the 9 months. Cats, absolutely. I saw 3 different cats today. Dante, Kashi, and Minna. and I patted them all except for Minna, who hid from me. But Dante loved me, and then he looked like he was about to bite me. So then, but he's so beautiful. Lockout? Yeah, I locked myself out of my apartment. It was a whole ordeal. I explained the whole thing at the beginning of the stream. I had a great morning. Great day. Yeah. That's why I really couldn't be bothered getting ready properly today, because it was just one of those days where, like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's fine. What do you mean? I got locked out of my apartment. It was a rough time. We're chilling. Makes sense, Seed. As in, you don't know about it, or it's a potential subject because it's bleak. So I know about it. Yeah. We're running out of water, you guys. And AI is bad because we're running out of water. But AI is inevitable and we have no water. And also people are building dams. And also in Africa, they're using water to get people to join cults and like military groups. They're like, we control the water. Join us. You can drink water. I mean, obviously water is being used as a weapon in places like Gaza as well. But yeah, there are, we, you know, and I remember historically on this channel, we've covered a lot of water situations, right? The one between Egypt and Ethiopia, for example. That's an interesting one. There's also, there's a lot going on in Africa. There's also 4 states who share, like, they have a water treaty, but the minute that breaks down, there are going to be places without water because these people who are building dams in one spot will restrict water from other places. Like, not saying that China will do this, but China is building a dam right now that will affect India's water situation and can be used as a bargaining tool. I mean, it's just, we've gotten to the point where we are at war globally. We're in it. I think we're in it. It doesn't look like what we think war looks like, but right now there is no peace. There is only muted tension to stop the public panicking, and the public is still panicked anyway. So it's just, it is very, 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 very interesting. We are running out of water. In Oz, Australia is kind of different, right? We obviously have droughts, but our water sources are here. We do have some issues in that we sold some of our water sources to China. So we do have that as a slight issue. You know, there's yeah. Okay, I will have a little look-see. Gravy, I don't think you're far from the truth. Like, China's investment in Australia is huge. There's not really any way to push back against it at this point. Can recommend Mary Calder's New Wars if people want to know more about the new state of things. I haven't heard it. I mean, yeah, post it. Post it in Discord. Oh, yeah, not if you're in there. I'll post it here and I'll post it to Discord. A large continent in the middle of the Pacific is selling its rare sources of clean water to China. Why? I'm pretty sure we needed it to profit at a certain time, but also, you know, it goes back a long way. It's not, I don't know if it was the Belt and Road Initiative, because we went to have the Belt and Road Initiative here in Victoria, but it ended up falling through, I'm pretty sure. Didn't it, Guppy? Hello, Exceldro. Good day. Also, I haven't seen it yet, but I put this video on the When We'll Run Out of Water on my watch list.
Climate change is making...
I mean, it's only 12 minutes. All right, we can do it. It's only 12 minutes. But I have to do this first. Hold on.
Rainfall and droughts more extreme and unpredictable, which means we need groundwater more than ever as a buffer to support us when rivers dry up and rain doesn't fall.
Because it's not dependent on the last season's rainfall, it's effectively much more climate resilient.
But the thing about groundwater is that it's not a renewable resource in the same way that surface water is. It behaves more like oil. Once we pump it out, it's often gone for good.
And that's what we're running out of.
Scientists warn that we're rapidly approaching a tipping point, something called peak water. The moment groundwater supply begins an irreversible decline, meaning that each year we'll have less of it available than the year before. And groundwater is foundational to modern human life. It supplies nearly a third of the world's fresh water and over 40% of global irrigation. But now, all of these forces are on a collision course, worsening droughts, rising food demand, and shrinking aquifers. And a new study has modeled exactly when and where global peak water is expected to hit. And it's not good news for some of the world's most important food-producing regions. In one country, it's gotten so severe, they're moving their entire capital city.
No shit.
At first, pumping groundwater seemed kind of like a miracle. Clean, accessible water on demand with no visible consequences. In the United States, that water has fueled the growth of some of the country's most productive farming regions, including California's Central Valley, Arizona, and the High Plains. Regions with hot, sunny climates perfect for growing crops, but with nowhere near enough rainfall to support large-scale farming on their own. And similar stories have played out across the world, like in northern India and Pakistan, Mexico, Iran, and across the Middle East. Dry regions with fertile land and fast-growing populations. Groundwater is one of our most precious resources, but it's also one of the least visible.
Surface water is the water we can see flowing in rivers and comes from the rain. Then part of this water infiltrates into the ground and is stored underneath in the porous rock and soil. And this forms then what is called an aquifer.
This filling or recharge process is so slow that much of the water stored in aquifers is truly ancient, sometimes tens of thousands of years old, which is why it's often called fossil water. That makes it essentially non-renewable on human timescales. But we haven't treated it that way. Instead of seeing groundwater as a finite resource, we've pumped it as if it were endless. So where has that left us? Well, in California's Central Valley, water tables have dropped by hundreds of feet in some places. Thousands of wells have run dry, with entire communities losing access to water. And in some places, the land itself is sinking by up to 2 inches per month due to subsidence. In Arizona, enormous fissures have opened up across the landscape, in some cases over a mile long.
That's
Across
what they
the
are?
High Plains, some farmers have had to drill so deep to access water that some wells now cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. So you might think that as groundwater stress increases, we'd slow our extraction and begin managing it more sustainably, right? Right?
We're looking at data for 40 countries. These areas accounted for 75% of groundwater withdrawals globally.
This was the most comprehensive study ever conducted of its kind. In total, they looked at data from
Assyrian, that's
178,000
interesting.
wells.
It didn't surprise us too much that groundwater levels are declining. What was really striking for us is that the rate of decline was accelerating. in many places.
In other words, not only are aquifers shrinking, they're shrinking faster than ever before. So why aren't we managing this water more carefully? Well, part of the answer at least lies in climate change.
The groundwater itself is not too much affected by climate change. But the people adapt to climate change and use the groundwater, which they usually would have taken when rain was falling regularly.
So we find ourselves in a catch-22. As droughts grow longer and more intense, we rely more and more on groundwater to fill the gap, which only speeds up depletion. But at the same time, we'll need that groundwater more than ever in the future, precisely because droughts are getting worse. Which raises the big question: how far are we from the tipping point when groundwater availability peaks and begins its indefinite decline? This is exactly what a new study set out to understand on a global scale. A team of researchers ran 900 simulations using one of the world's most advanced human Earth system models. These scenarios explored a wide range of possible futures, different climate trajectories, population growth, energy demands, and water policy. Well, in nearly all of the 900 scenarios, global groundwater extraction follows a clear peak and decline pattern, with the global peak projected around 2050, just a couple decades away. And many of the places most likely to peak are among the most important food-producing regions on Earth and will expose about half of the world's population to water stress. These include critical farming regions in the western United States, Mexico, India, Pakistan, and China, as well as several other countries in the Middle East and Mediterranean. Now, to be clear, groundwater doesn't peak because it disappears entirely. There's still a vast volume of water beneath our feet, but as aquifers are pumped, water tables fall and that water becomes harder and more expensive
To reach.
Wells must go deeper, energy use rises, and costs skyrocket. Eventually, many users hit a breaking point. Some adapt by switching crops or importing food. Others stop pumping altogether. And that's what scientists mean by peak water. The moment when extraction becomes too difficult, too costly, or too damaging to continue at the same pace. And in this way, groundwater mirrors the behavior of other depletable resources like oil and minerals. So if one of the most essential resources for growing food and sustaining life is already entering a phase of irreversible decline, what happens next? Well, for starters, food is likely to get more expensive. As water becomes harder to access, these major farming regions may struggle to keep up production. And this doesn't just affect local food security.
I mean, I've known it was bleak for a long time. This is gonna sound stupid, but the movie The Big Short had me invested in water. I invested $200 into a water technology when I was dumb and knew nothing about investing, and I sold it at like $300 because I was poor and needed the $300. Anyway, when did The Big Short come out? When did The Big Short, the movie, come out? Because the end of that movie, this is how long we've known about it for. Well, at least this is how long I've known about it for. Ooh, thank you. um Thanks. You still haven't seen The Big Short? Anyway, no spoilers, but basically it tells you what this investor is invested in as of now. And it's water. Well, see, and that's scary, Darren, because the effect water has is huge. And especially if we're depleting groundwater to fucking cool AI centers.
ripple out to global markets, impacting international trade. And it's not just agriculture that's at risk. Wetlands and rivers that depend on groundwater can dry out, damaging ecosystems and wiping out habitat. And as water levels drop, contamination can spread, with pollutants like arsenic and salt concentrating or seeping in from surrounding layers. And
Arsenic.
then there's one final impact that's so severe, it's already caused one of the world's largest capital cities to plan its relocation: subsidence. And we're just beginning to see its effects in cities all over the world.
As aquifers are depleted, the structural framework that supports the land begins to compact slowly.
Compaction happens because as the water is removed, the tiny spaces between soil and rock particles collapse inward, squeezing the ground tighter and tighter.
Land subsidence is often one of the most clear physical indicator that a region has surpassed that tipping point. And this compaction can lead to a permanent loss of storage capacity.
Which means that even if groundwater level rises in the future, the aquifer will no longer be able to contain or store the same volume of water that it once did. In Leonard's study, he focused on the urban impacts of subsidence. Specifically, he analyzed 28 major US cities, all with populations over 600,000.
And what we found that in all of these cities, they have measurable subsidence from 1 millimeter per year on average to greater than 5 millimeter per year.
Of the 28, the fastest sinking cities were Houston, Dallas, Fort Worth, New York, and Chicago.
But more significantly, in every single city, we found that there are areas that have rates greater than 5 millimeter per year.
In the cities Leonard analyzed, he found over 29,000 separate buildings that exist in high to very high risk zones. And these findings matter because when the ground sinks unevenly, it can damage roads, pipelines, railways, and even building foundations. But subsidence is perhaps the biggest problem for coastal cities because it happens on top of sea level rise.
You have two major hazards that you have to respond to, and you have increase to the frequency of tidal flooding, storm surge, or even total inundation for particular cities.
In the United States, Leonard's study highlights several cities where this is already becoming a concern, including New York, Houston, and New Orleans. But globally, the most dramatic example is Jakarta, Indonesia's capital. Some parts of the city are sinking by up to 10 to 25 centimeters a year due to heavy groundwater use, soft soils, and rapid urban development. Today, over 40% of Jakarta sits below sea level, making it dangerously flood prone. The problem has gotten so severe that the Indonesian government is now building an entirely new capital city. But as bad as all of this sounds, there's also reason for hope, which strangely might be hidden within part of the problem. Earlier, we discussed how climate change is making the hydrologic cycle more extreme, leading to more intense droughts and also more intense rainfall. Well, new research is revealing that those very extremes might help us recover if we're paying attention.
What we are finding was a bias in the replenishment of groundwater to heavy, often extreme rainfall.
While steady seasonal rain may no longer be as reliable, sporadic but more intense downpours could still offer excellent opportunities to recharge depleted aquifers, but only if we're ready to capture that water. That means identifying where the ground is most permeable, protecting open spaces, and building infrastructure designed to absorb water, not just divert it. One way or another, we're going to have to learn how to manage our groundwater more sustainably because droughts are going to get worse in the coming decades, and this resource will only become more essential. So, does your community rely on groundwater or face frequent droughts? What changes, if any, have you seen in how people treat water? Let us know in the comments.
None.
And
I've
see you
seen no
next time
changes.
on Weathered.
You know, it is actually very interesting. That was a great video. Thanks for sharing, Strawman. I will do that for you, Toasty. that is there was a time in Australia when we were on really strict water restrictions because of drought. And I foresee a lot more of that. Like you had a certain amount of water. Tasty's here now. You can open your candy. You want to see all the sweet? Look, these ones. Well, I don't know why they taste a little bit like licorice. These ones. It tastes like bubblegum. Perhaps one more. Love these ones. Tasty. Oh, they are licorice. Yeah, they tasted like licorice. These ones, 10 out of 10. Love these ones. 2. My friend came back from Sweden and she bought me candy. The non-original cards. She probably didn't know what she was buying. She's not Swedish. Let's have a look at this.
You can end an old war either by winning, defeating the enemy, or by a compromise. New wars are very different from that. They're more like a social condition, or if you like, almost a mutual enterprise.
I mean, yeah, I agree with this. I mean, yeah, the new wars are kind of info wars to an extent.
In which the various parties to the war gain both politically and economically from fighting rather than from winning or losing. They're financed by outside support, they're financed by loot and pillage, they're financed by smuggling, all of which depend on violence in order to generate the revenue needed to sustain the violence. So what you get is a kind of predatory social condition. And if we don't understand that, then we do utterly counterproductive policies. The use of military force merely provides a justification for fighting. Talks merely entrench the extremists. The global strategy is really trying to develop an alternative approach towards conflict. The idea is that what you need to do is to support those local civil society groups that
Yep. Shocking. The fact that it's about community.
Are trying in their areas to establish legitimate forms of authority. And that has to be done through a range of activities. It has to be done through talks, but the talks should focus on the situation on the ground rather than some overall political settlement.
Yeah.
And should include civil society and women, actually, because that's a very important element. You always find that it's women who are trying to solve the problems locally. And women do play a very key role in civil society. It's very interesting in Syria.
Chat, do you think women are natural leaders? Do you think that we live in a world where women are actually natural leaders? Because I tend to think that we might. No, but they get forced into that role. I don't think anyone is a natural leader. I think it's not a gendered thing inherently. Anyone can be. It isn't gender specific. I saw a guy make an argument. An almost dodgy argument for why women are perhaps more natural leaders. All right, so I'm just going to present you with the argument. It's not my argument. I'm just going to present you with it, right? And it's the idea that women's bodies were designed to cope with stress because of childbirth. Childbirth, child raising, we're designed to cope with higher levels of stress. Oh, yep, I'm convinced. Thoughts? In that very specific instant of stress and pain, sure. Yeah, but men have to mow lawns. Well, it's not very specific because I'm allowing you to fill in the specifics. Human life and well-being are far too complex for any one leader to get it all right. You're never going to get an entire species of humans to agree on everything. Obviously not. Obviously not. I think that the best sort of leadership happens at a community level. And it is community focused. To be fair, men have to endure being kicked in the nuts from time to time. Can you not avoid that? Like, has every man at least been kicked in the nuts once? Like, is that unavoidable? Like, does it always just happen at least once? Like, is that, like, do you think there's a man out there who's never been kicked in the nuts? Playing schoolboy soccer, it's unavoidable. Do you think there's one guy out there who's managed to avoid the accident his whole life? My mouth writes checks my balls can't handle. Stop it. Imagine if humanity found out there was a guy that existed who'd never experienced being kicked in the nuts. Do you think like men would make it their mission? Like they would probably never say anything, right? Because like men would make it their mission. I'm talking any sort of ball injury, I suppose. He wouldn't last 10 minutes. One of us. One of us. Absolutely, they'd be kicked before the day is over. I don't think I've been intentionally kicked there, but I don't know yet. I'm surprised cups aren't more common for day-to-day wearing. Yeah, that would make sense. I remember I kneed the guy in the balls once while doing a pirouette in ballet, and I felt so bad. He fell to the ground. It's his own fault, all right? We were doing pas de deux, and basically the guy has to spin you around. You do a pirouette, and the guy has to spin you around, but you've got your knee kind of like out to the side like this. And so I was spinning, and he obviously wasn't like standing back far enough for my knee to spin around. And so my knee just, well, yeah, I did. I did a spinning knee to the balls. I know. That was a thing I did in my ballet days a long time ago now. What's Rochambeau? Don't answer that. I take it back. Keep your pride. That you know what? Keep that to yourselves. You keep that to you. I did not. He was gay, Tiny. He didn't want kisses from me. That man liked other men. I got a pool ball to the nuts once. Oh, Lord. I did do a wind up, Cooper. Yeah. Uh. Yeah, oh my god, that's how he became gay. I accidentally kneed him in the balls, and then he's like, wow, fuck, I hate women. And then he was gay. That's how that works. Oh my god, Famis. Oh, sometimes. Why? Why do the people do the thing? Why? This is fucking crazy. You guys. God.
Today's video partner, FX's show.
I've picked a Max video that we haven't watched. Thoughts? The Feasts of Feudal Japan, but we're going back in time. Has anybody watched it? It's from 1 year ago. Wait 4 minutes. My ice cream is almost here. Okay, everyone get a snack. I will take Pixel out to do a wee. And not lock myself out of the house. Perhaps. This time. Maybe. What do you reckon? Just as an idea. I'm just throwing ideas out there. You've got an outhouse? Yeah, yep. That's what, yep. Yep, that's exactly what I said. Yep. Just gotta go to the outhouse because I'm in Australia and we have those. Did you throw your keys in the bin again? No, I left them inside my apartment and got locked out of my apartment. When I tell you it was not a good time, it was truly a terrible time. Anyway, subscribe today. I'll be back. Sorry. Well, that was incredibly disappointing. Was it bad? No. Was the nostalgia bad? Bad nostalgia? Man, why do things not... It was half melted, so no picture. Oh, disaster. The mush I sucked out of the packet still tasted good. Oh my god, you'll just have to buy one at some point, I suppose. Like in person. How does one lock oneself out of their apartment? I don't need... I forgot my keys. I thought I had everything and I somehow didn't. And it doesn't have... Yeah. It was a rough day for me. Being extorted by a man didn't really help my mood, but that's okay. Oh well. Things happen. I'm really glad I stood up for myself and definitely didn't pay for him to like do the thing, because I would have been taken advantage of. And, you know, look, yeah, it's fine. I have a single question. Is there a setting on the door to make it not lock automatically? No. Yeah. Yeah. It was not a good day. Okay.
Shogun has inspired me to look at the dining habits of the samurai and shogun of the late Sengoku period, around the year 1600. So I've recreated a meal using Japanese recipes from the period. So thank you to FX for
That looks so fucking good.
partnering with me on this video as we cook for the shogun, this time on Tasting History. So FX's Shogun, which is inspired by actual events and real historical figures, takes place in the year 1600 at the end of the Sengoku period and follows a century-defining civil war between Lord Yoshi Toranaga and his enemies on the Council of Regents.
I have to be honest, I haven't watched this yet. I should add this to my list, shouldn't I? Because everybody says it was really good. It won a lot of awards, right? Yeah, I haven't watched this yet. Maybe this is my new show. Hey, Davd, maybe this is my new show after this, perhaps.
It was a period of
Hi,
great
Rena.
change in Japan, not just political because of a basically century of civil war, but also great changes in the culture and the cuisine. In 1543, the Portuguese, who the Japanese termed Nanban, or Southern Barbarians, had arrived on the shores of Japan and began a century of culinary exchange. And the series delves into how the Portuguese really affected...
Do you want to know how I imagine food exchange going? So that's okay. That's not too bad. I imagine it going like, here, do you like my snack? And the other person going, I also have snack. Shall we trade snack? Like, I don't know if you guys did it on the playground, but like, I would trade some of the things I got in my lunchbox when I got to school. Be like, hey, I have this thing. Maybe I could trade it for that thing?
The politics of Japan at this time, especially the introduction of Catholicism. But I figured I would focus on how they impacted Japanese cuisine. So I'm going to be making a chicken and rice dish that comes from a Japanese cookbook from the period called the Nanban Ryorisho, or Southern Barbarians Cookbook, which is filled with Portuguese influence, as well as a dish called Namasu Nobu, or Food with Vinegar, using the 17th century cookbook Ryori Monogatari as a guide.
Wow.
And that one actually has to sit overnight, so we will start with that. Now, the cookbook has several recipes for different namasu, most of which are vinegared fish, but some are vegetables, like sliced daikon and such. And such kind of leaves room for interpretation. We can use pretty much any vegetable that would have been available at the time. Now, today, this dish is still made usually using daikon and carrot. But in FX's Shogun, there is this wonderful scene where they're talking about the hair color of an Englishman, and they're comparing it to daikon and to gobo, which is burdock root. So that is what I'm going to be using. But first, we have to make our vinegar. And for that, what you'll need is 1.5 cups or 350 milliliters of rice vinegar and 1/3 cup or 65 grams of sugar. You're also going to need a small square of salted kombu or dried seaweed. So mix the vinegar and the sugar in a pot and then add the kombu and heat it to a gentle boil, letting the sugar dissolve. Then take it off the heat and let it cool completely. And while it does, you can peel your daikon and your gobo. Then chop both into thin sticks just a couple of inches long. Mix those together in a bowl and sprinkle with salt, about 2 teaspoons, and then give them a toss so the salt coats everything. The original recipe says it is important to season with salt. Salt should be added once. When salt is added 2 or 3 times, the preparation goes bad and it loses flavor. And the salt isn't just for flavor, but also it helps to draw out a lot of the moisture from the vegetables. So mix the salt with the strips and then leave it to rest for about 5 minutes and then squeeze out as much liquid as you possibly can from the vegetables. Then once they're well squeezed, take the kombu out of the vinegar and pour the vinegar over the sliced daikon and gobo. So ideally you want these to be completely submerged. So using like a dish will work really well, but I've actually found that the best way to do this is the way that my dad does it when he makes this dish, and that's to put it into a plastic bag, and then you can put that in the fridge for about 24 hours. Now for the dish that has a Portuguese influence, the nanban dish, I am making a dish that they called simply nanban riori, or
Okay, well we don't have to like critique my hand strength while we're watching the nice cooking video, Tiny.
Southern barbarian dish. The recipe says boil a chicken to make a broth. Color the stock with gardenia. Add black pepper, a bit of clove, ginger, garlic, and green onion to
Yum.
well-polished rice.
Yum.
Cook this in the stock.
Yum.
Place pieces of the chicken over the rice.
Yum.
So this dish is really cool because you're getting flavors like clove that you don't really find in a lot of Japanese cuisine today, but then you're also getting ingredients that are very much Japanese and not at all Portuguese, especially the gardenia. And now he doesn't talk about exactly how to make the broth, but most broths at the time in other cookbooks are made with dashi, which is a mixture of kelp and dried bonito flakes called katsuobushi. And you'll take about 2 tablespoons and add it to 3 quarts or 3 liters of cold water. Then you'll also need a couple pounds of chicken. And you can use a whole chicken that you've carved up, or you can just use disparate pieces, maybe a couple breasts, a thigh, some legs, but you definitely want a fair number of bones in there because that's what you're really going to use to make the stock. So add the chicken into the dashi water and set it over medium-high heat and bring it to a boil. Skim off any foam from the top and then reduce the heat to low and let it simmer for 30 to 40 minutes or until the meat is cooked through. Mainly you want to look at the chicken breast, you don't want to overcook that. But all of the...
You know, boiling meat is never really my go-to. The only time I can think of that I've had like truly boiled meat, I mean the prawns, that doesn't count. But like hot pot, I guess. Not overcook the chicken breast? Impossible. Apparently it is possible.
rest of the meat you leave in there. So take out the breast once it's cooked. Everything else that has a bone, leave it in. Let that all simmer for another 2 hours, and it should reduce to about 1 liter of liquid. Once it's reduced, take it off the heat and strain it through some cheesecloth. And then comes the gardenia. So these are the fruit of a type of gardenia that is native to southern China. And since time immemorial, ancient times, the Chinese and a little bit later the Japanese have been using this to dye food, clothes, paper, all sorts of things yellow. All you do is break them up and then drop the whole pod into the broth. I'm using 4. Let them steep for about 30 minutes and then strain them out, and you should be left with a nice yellow broth. Now, while your broth is yellowing, you can start your
Wow,
rice, for
okay.
which you'll need 300 grams of well-rinsed Japanese white rice.
Yeah,
Then a
that's
large pinch
sushi
of black
rice.
pepper, a pinch of clove, a half teaspoon of minced garlic, and a half teaspoon of minced ginger, as well as a couple teaspoons of chopped green onion. Mix that all together with the rice and then put it all into a pot or a rice cooker, and then measure out 1.5 cups or 350 milliliters of the broth and add it to the rice and then let it cook. Now, in addition to this rice, I'm also going to have some white rice because any meal for the shogun would have included white rice. Because most of what the shogun ate from day to day, or samurai in general ate from day to day, wasn't all that different from what most everyone else was. It was usually some soup and or some fish, and some pickled vegetables. That was the general meal. The quality of it might be different depending on how much.
I think I might put some different pickled vegetables on my shopping list, which I will do tomorrow on my day off now because I didn't do it today because I locked myself out of my apartment this morning.
Money you had, but that was the meal. The big difference came in what grain you ate, because most of the population ate millet and were lucky to get some brown rice. If you had money, maybe you ate all brown rice, but only the wealthiest of people could afford polished rice, or white rice as we know it today. So that is what a samurai might have eaten as an average meal. But I want to know what it would have been like if the shogun was coming over for dinner.
Fuck, I love
So
this
let's say
channel.
you're a samurai, and one day you get a message letting you know that the shogun has decided to come and stay with you for a visit. Lucky you. So these official visits, called onari, were great honors, but they were really, really expensive. Yes, you
I don't know, they say all sorts of things are better for you, my God. I just don't, brown rice is technically better for you because it doesn't spike your insulin as quickly, but it's also much harder to digest. So, who fucking knows? Because it's got more fiber in it. Because it's got the outer casing or whatever, right? The more I think about it now, the more I really should buy myself a rice cooker because when I think about what I like to eat for breakfast, I love Japanese breakfast. And it often, give me rice and an egg and maybe a piece of fruit. I'm good. Give me savory. Give me that. I feel like, maybe that should go on my list of things to do. I like pickled cucumbers. I like white rice. I would never really choose to eat brown rice. Oh, and you can steam the egg in the rice cooker while the rice is cooking. I just boil 6 eggs on a day. I have 3 boiled eggs in my fridge in their shells right now. I could just go and eat an egg. I have peas. I have peas in my freezer. I had peas and chicken last night. Rice cookers are magic little boxes. The science behind them is really cool. I feel like pickled cucumbers could just be called pickles. Well, you can get different ones. You can get bread and butter pickles. You can get a dill pickle. You can get baby cucumbers, the little baby ones. Pixel has egg money. I don't. I don't though. Subscribe today for my egg money. A pickled pea? A pickled solitary pickled pea? There is a whole subculture of rice cooker cuisine. I've seen it on TikTok.
were going to be getting some gifts from the shogun,
Oh, I love
but you also had to
gifts.
give him gifts, so it's kind of a wash.
Huh.
Plus,
Well, I like
you
giving
had
gifts
to
too.
prepare a massive banquet for him and all of his retainers.
That sounds like
now,
a lot
these
of work.
banquets would vary in size depending on the time period and who the vassal was who was throwing it and all sorts.
I got eggs for the first time in years and been too lazy to boil them all week. It's easy. Do you know what I do, Sabrina? I heat up the kettle and I pour it into the pot, and then I heat up another kettle and I pour it into the pot, and then I turn it on and I wait for it to boil, which takes like 2 minutes, if that. And I put all the eggs in and I put on a timer for 8 minutes, and then I'm done. And I rinse them under cold water, and then I eat one and put the rest in the fridge. You know?
Of different things, but in general, they were very, very expensive, and they usually started with drinking. It would all begin with the Shiki Sankon, or ceremony of the 3 rounds of sake. Now, this was not just an excuse to have some sake. It wasn't like happy hour. No, everything about this
Egg. Great. Did you just donate $3.66 for an egg? Thank you so much for supporting Your Excellency. That's right. I've given myself a title. I don't want to hear it.
and the ceremony in general, the entertainment that day, all of the eating and the food, everything was imbued with a lot of symbolism and meaning. But there was also drinking.
You know what pisses me off living in the future? We don't get ceremony like this anymore. It just feels like it's so foreign to me. Like, bring back ceremony. It doesn't have to be religious and it doesn't have to be classist, but like, give me a fucking ceremony like there isn't a wedding. All right? Like, we've lost, like, I don't want a fucking gender reveal. I want a ceremony of like something else. I don't fucking know. Something. You know what? When I have my way with everybody, there will be ceremony. I don't know what it'll be, but there will be ceremony. And it will have happy hour.
And it was a good amount of drinking because, yes, it was 3 rounds of sake, but each round had 3 drinks of sake in it. So in all, it was 9 drinks of sake.
Yes, when I'm obviously the one true authoritarian leader, Vox. Obviously.
And these drinks were served in sakazuki, or shallow bowls meant for sake, which would have been shared with someone else. João Rodrigues, a Portuguese
It's an interesting
Jesuit
photo.
interpreter who spent some time in Japan at the end of the 16th century, wrote about the importance of drinking from these bowls of sake among the samurai elite.
Side note, I did feel like when I was in Morocco that in some ways Arabic culture is still much more centered around ceremony, and in some ways that was like quite cohesive, and like watching them organize things together and parts of the trip, and it was like, yeah, it was really cool.
He says that often they would be shared between 2 friends as a sign of camaraderie, or 2 enemies as a sign of forgiveness or reconciliation. And because of this, turning down a drink was a real sign of enmity. So you never wanted to do that. And while this all sounds maybe convivial, it was
Salmon, it's funny you say that. I've been saving for a record player for a long time. I'm not there yet because things keep popping up, but it's on the list. It's on the list of things. And I have a tea set. Well, I don't have a tea set, but I have a fairy cup that I love using for a cup of tea occasionally, because it's very pretty.
It was a weighty affair. It is performed when they make a conspiracy, alliance, or promise which must be fulfilled at all costs. They also do this when they take oaths of loyalty to each other, sometimes mixing in the wine some drops of blood, which both draw by pricking their finger, and then both drink the wine mixed with blood. So 3 rounds of sake, 3 drinks around, 9 drinks of sake before there has been any food. That's all.
I'd be on the floor, blacked out. Sake, Soju, terrifying. Both of them. I would be dead. 9 shots of sake.
On an empty stomach. Now, they did have some pass-around appetizers, for lack of a better term, at the ceremony, but you didn't get to eat them. The foods brought around would be things like dried chestnuts, dried abalone, or dried kelp.
Not really,
and each
Alex.
food was filled with symbolism, but usually served in a form that was completely inedible. So if you couldn't eat the appetizers, then what did you do? Well, you pretended to eat them. Take the second strand of flattened abalone from the front and bring it up to your mouth, and then tuck it away into your pocket. Though depending on the setup, sometimes...
What? We're cosplaying eating food now? What?
there were some edible appetizers available at the ceremony of the 3 rounds
What?
of sake. One culinary text from 1497 says, "At times when there has been a long interval of sake drinking after a light meal, it is appropriate to serve chilled barley noodles as a snack." Now, the order of the day's events could vary depending on the time period or who was throwing it, all sorts of different things. But in general, at some point during the day, you would have a gift exchange, and there you might have snacks. During a visit from the shogun Tokugawa Iemitsu in 1624, they served grilled fowl, seafood, and vegetable dishes, mochi, and sake during the exchange. The host and the shogun and his retainers then gave each other gifts of silver, fine clothes, horses, and swords. And then everyone was entertained with dances, music, and theater. No and kyogen, the 2 most favored forms of theater by the shoguns. No was usually a dramatic play, and then kyogen was a comedy. As they watched, they ate these buns that were filled with bean paste, and then afterward, the shogun gifted kimono and money to the performers. And only after all of this was it time for the actual banquet.
Wow,
now,
long
this
day.
banquet was served in a style called honzen ryori, which was an elaborate and very expensive way of presenting the food. And it was developed by the samurai class in the 15th century, but it remained in some forms in Japan until the early 20th century. I actually think that there are still some restaurants in Japan that will do this, and if I ever get to Japan, hopefully fairly soon, I want to find one of those restaurants and do that. Anyway, in the Sengoku period, it went a little something like this. Everyone would be seated on the floor, the shogun in a prominent spot, showing his place in the samurai hierarchy. Then everyone else sat in order of importance. And everything about this event was all about your place in the social order. Not just where you sat, but when you got to eat, what foods you got to eat. Actually, not even got to eat, but just had presented to you, because again, you didn't get to eat everything. How they were presented was on 3 trays. Sometimes this is called main tray service or main tray style. Rodriguez actually described this style of banquet when he witnessed one around the year 1600. Nowadays, at banquets, they usually place 3 principal trays in front of each guest. All the trays are generally of white cedar wood, square in shape and with legs a span in height. The tray placed in the center is the highest and has another tray on either side. And each tray would have a different number of dishes. The most formal way to do it was the main tray would have 7 side dishes, the next would have 5, and then 3. Interestingly,
Wow.
at times there would actually be a 4th tray available, but they never called it tray 4. Instead, they would call it the additional tray. And that's because the Japanese word for 4, shi, was a homonym for the Japanese word for death, shi. And I guess nobody wanted to eat off the death tray. So you've got your trays. You've got 7
the
sides,
death tray.
5 sides, and 3 sides. But in addition to that, each tray would also have a soup. And on the main tray, you also had a big old bowl of rice in the lower left-hand corner, as well as a salt cellar. And so now you've got all this food before you. What do?
I don't know.
You don't eat. That's definitely what you don't do, because you needed to wait for social cues from the people above you to let you know when it was time to eat and what you could eat. But nobody was eating anything until everyone had taken ample time to appreciate the visual aspects of the meal. Just like the pre-dinner entertainment, every aspect of the food
Wow.
was was theater. It was all about the presentation. Sometimes the preparation was even theatrical. There was something called
my
shikibocho,
ceremony
which
isn't
was a
gonna
knife
involve
ceremony
as much
where the hochonin, or carving
Instagram
knife
dinner
men,
before
would fillet
Instagram.
a fish or carve a large
Instagram,
fowl
but with
using
your
only
eyes.
a blade and never touching it with their hands. And sometimes these men would create big elaborate dishes that would just kind of set at the center for everyone to admire, whether it was a
Etiquette
completely
hell.
roasted and then re-feathered duck that was positioned in a way to look like it was getting ready to fly off. These things were there just for their beauty. And these big dishes were of course filled with a lot of symbolism, but so were all of the little dishes on your tray, down to every single ingredient, even down to the colors. Every tray was meant to have 5 colors: yellow, red, green, white, and black. What's interesting is that even all the way back in the 14th century, they considered red and yellow colors that would stimulate the appetite. And today, they still consider that to be true. If you look at the logo of so many fast food restaurants, they're all yellow, red, or yellow and red. Now, if you were a cook and you were trying to find all these different
Wow.
colors, there were texts that would clue you in. Use conger eel for the color white. Bonito is for the color.
My ceremony is, at this stage, is make sure I'm showered and fully comfortable and that my heat pack is heated, and then like my food is cooked, and then I sit on the couch and make sure I'm wrapped in a blanket with warm feet, and then I put the TV on and I get to eat a delicious meal in front of the TV. It's so good. I don't know what to tell you. It's so good. And do you know what sometimes makes it even better? If I don't have to think about the TV show that I'm going to put on. Because I have like my comfort show that exists and I have lots of episodes of it. You know?
Red. Black is made from dried sea cucumber, green is shark, yellow is dried squid. It is best to slice these finely. So much to look at and admire even before it's time to eat. And when it does finally become time to eat, you needed to do it in a very specific manner. One text from the 16th
I mean, I do think you find blue walls in some restaurants, especially like really high class restaurants, straw man, because they actually don't want you to eat as much. Like especially if like they've got little dishes and want you to feel full off your degustation where everything is literally just a bite of food. You'll occasionally see, but obviously McDonald's is red and yellow, so
century says that a diner begins by wetting their chopsticks in the soup on the main tray and picking up the rice bowl. After eating rice, sip the soup, but do not eat any morsels in it. After that, you take your chopsticks and pick up a single piece of salt, and then you go for more rice, and then more soup, and only then can you finally try one of the sides on your tray.
wow, what? That's
Provided that it's edible. In these banquets, many of the dishes were served on plates in the form of pyramids, neatly arranged with their corners as in the Chinese fashion. And it was from China that they derived their origin. But they were served only for decoration and were there to be looked at and not eaten. These were called takamori, or high serving, and just like with the sake ceremony, you would pretend to eat these. Remove the chopsticks from the tray, or pretend to remove them, and signify that you have eaten by making a noise with the chopsticks. At many of these banquets, the only foods that were actually meant to be eaten were the soups, the rice, and a couple of the sides, namely the pickled vegetables or their highly thought of raw fish cut into small pieces. Along with it, there will be a dish containing a tart sauce, or one which burns like mustard, and this takes away the raw
soy sauce and wasabi. This is sushi.
rawness of the fish. Many of these dishes were so elaborately designed that it would have been seen as an insult to the person who prepared it should you eat it. And then sometimes they were prepared in such a way that they did become completely inedible. one description of how abalone should be served says to attach streamers to the abalone, then as a base attach 7 or 9 waves made of paper of 5 colors cut into round pieces. The thing is, while having a bunch of inedible food on your plate today might seem a little unorthodox, in the 16th century even the Europeans would have been very used to that. In Europe, they were often refeathering peacocks or swans, or they had pies that you would cut into only to have snakes or live birds fly out of them. Completely inedible, but that was not the point. It was all about the spectacle. One of the Japanese creations from this period that I would love to see actually made in person is a spiny lobster in the shape of a boat. The shell is opened and the meat is served upon it. Raise the feelers up
I
like
can't believe we missed this lobster law. I can't believe this happened to us, chat.
a ship's masts, and stand the legs off to the sides. It is best served with painted decorations on it in silver and gold. Now there are records of these banquets where you've got the 3 trays, but then you've got 3 versions of each of the 3 trays coming out. So like 9 trays in all. You could have up to like 30 dishes come out in front of you.
That's
for one of these
crazy.
very, very long banquets. Most of the dishes being inedible, which is why sometimes after the banquet, they
89
would
months
have
in a row. I respect
godon,
it.
or
Thank you so
after meal,
much.
where more hearty, regular food dishes would be served so people could actually fill up, because they still needed to eat something. And maybe they were dishes like the ones that I'm about to finish up. So once the rice is cooked, dish it up and lay some of the
that looks
cooked chicken
good.
on top. And then you can decorate with a bit of green onion or black sesame seeds. And then take the namasu and place that in a small bowl and chop up the kombu that you had used to make the sugar vinegar and put a little bit of that on top. And I'll also include some white rice as well as pickled vegetable, which would have been present on all of the trays. And here we are, a meal fit for the shogun. My chopstick skills are not that great, so I'll start with the rice.
They're really not, are they? It's delicious, isn't it? Yum. Let me at it.
That is super flavorful.
Yeah, I want to eat that.
That's actually wonderful.
Let me at it.
You're just getting a hint of the clove and these spices that you don't usually get in Japanese
what do you
cooking.
mean?
But then because
That doesn't look tasty to you? That looks fucking delicious to me.
of the dashi that we added to
I am aware it's just like fancy chicken and rice, all right? Don't call me a gym bro, all right? I'm not one, but that looks delicious.
to the broth, it still is very much a Japanese flavor. Let me try this chicken. Considering it's boiled chicken, it's very flavorful. And then the daikon and gobo. I will first try the daikon, which is the radish.
It's delicious, isn't it?
That is so good.
Yeah, I love pickled vegetables.
I love daikon radish. What I love though is you first get the sweetness of the sugar that's in it, but then the vinegar really hits, and it's like this acidic, but pleasantly acidic feel in the mouth. It's wonderful. Now the burdock root, which I've never had before. Crispy.
Man, I do think if I was rich, I would buy like a full Japanese like set of what do you call it? Dinnerware. Like, cause man, I have my own little bowls, but if I were a rich man, I would buy some new tableware. It would be very nice Japanese little bowls, and I'd put in all my food in there. Sorry.
It's good. You know what it reminds me of? Is jicama, if you've ever had jicama.
What's jicama? I don't know what jicama is.
That's really, really good. I could eat a whole bowl
wow,
of this.
not
I
a
probably
none.
will. Now, I didn't make the pickled radish, which is also daikon, but if you've never
can
had
just
this,
buy
it's one
that.
of my favorite Japanese foods.
I've bought that at the Asian grocer before. The thing is, you have to buy so much of it that it went bad before I could eat it all.
In the world, it's got this funky flavor, that I really cannot describe. You gotta find it. It's this mix of sweet and sour and funk, but like a pleasant funk. Like, think cheese has a nice funk sometimes. This has a nice funk. They're not the same funk, but it's a good funk. So thank you again to FX's Shogun for partnering with me on this video. New episodes on Hulu every Tuesday, just like this show. So Tuesdays can be your Shogun and Tasting History day, and I will see you next Tuesday on Tasting History.
Max, you're so reliable. You're my favorite. You're so reliable. Just honestly delightful. Well, funk me, that was good. Yeah, we do that every Thursday. We react to Max every Thursday. It's become one of the patterns of this channel because it's just, it just feels like you get to learn, you get watch a little snack. He seems pretty good in his politics. He's just, yeah. We like his content a lot. And you should all go follow him if you don't. And like and subscribe and watch all of the videos of his that you haven't seen, because I am his #1 fan. I'm not his #1 fan. If I was his #1 fan, I'd give him more money. I'm not though. It's fine. We can only #1 fan so much. I mean, he is pretty. Pixel. Not you sneezing. He should do a vid on Palestinian cuisine. I wonder if he has. I don't know. He probably hasn't yet.
This is a full-blown house deposit, so...
Hi. I need help. Watched my friend get outwitted by a locked door today. Then they started eating Swedish candy like it was reparations, and now they're watching Tasting History like it's a TED Talk on sugar tariffs. Meanwhile, I'm here, thinking about beef stroganoff. Creamy. Hot. Steamy. Like it understands me. Anyway, how do I help my friend get over the door incident, so it doesn't become another step in me incident?
Oh my god, muff's a bad word, Tasty. Did you know that? Thank you for the 90 months. You just helped me by subscribing for 90 months. 90 months right here. That's wild. Thank you so much. Let me out? No. No. Wait, there's another season of Shogun coming? Really? Give me the number to that locksmith. I will. What are you gonna do? I honestly, it's really hard to push for any sort of fair outcome when people know where you live. It was the same with the movers when they bullied me into paying the $1,000 and whatever it was. Right? Because, how can you stand up for yourself when scary men know where you live? You just can't, really. So... yeah. Yeah, don't remind me, Strawman. The reality is, though, the locksmith could not get to my apartment, most likely. Because there's, 3 layers of security. But, yeah. Oh, you don't want a scary locksmith? Well, I had a scary locksmith today. What's Pempek commentator? I have eaten a lot of Indonesian food. I can't remember what it was called, but I've had a lot of Indonesian food. What are the names of some of the dishes? I had a chicken wrapped in bamboo leaf. It was pretty spicy. Chicken badak, I think. I can't remember what it was called. But I've tried that. I've tried all the different curries. Anything that was available in Bali. I've had beef rendang. I've had nasi goreng, mie goreng, but like authentic ones. I've had all of those. Crispy fish cake with spicy vinegar sauce. I have never tried that, I don't think. But like I have been to quite unique parts of Bali. Where, you know, like I've eaten in, what are the tiny little places on the side of the road called? A warung? A warung. Oh my God, I can't believe I remembered that on my own. I've eaten in lots of warungs that other people wouldn't generally eat in because obviously my dad for a few years was a local. So we'd kind of just walk over and eat at the local warung. I remember paying $2 for my dinner and I was like, holy fuck. $2 and I reckon I got like 3 different meals. You know, I've been very lucky. I've tried and braved a lot of different cuisines. Like, you know, I've had Japanese food, I've had Indonesian food. I've tried Moroccan food. Moroccan food was definitely not my favorite. I've tried Turkish food, Korean, Chinese food. I've tried Singaporean food. I can't remember what it's called, but I love Singaporean chicken and rice. It's fucking incredible. What country had the best food in your opinion? Gosh, it's so hard to say. Sending you some pickled fish so you can try the real delicacies. I think I would like pickled fish. Probably not fermented fish for me, but I feel like I would like pickled fish. Like, look at me. I'm eating the tinned fish. I'm halfway there. I had mackerel for lunch yesterday. Yes, it's Hainanese chicken rice. That's, well, oh, is it not Singaporean? I've eaten beef bulgogi. I do love Turkish food. But I don't know, Italy was pretty crazy for food as well. Hainanese chicken rice is overseas Chinese food? Ah. I've tried Vietnamese food. I quite like Vietnamese food. Did you try true Italian pizza? I did. I ate pizza in Naples. I went to I think it was the most famous pizza restaurant in Naples. So yes, I've had real pizza. I didn't learn about Naples being dangerous until after I'd left. I had a great time. I loved Naples. But yeah, Hainanese chicken and rice is delicious. It's so good. It's so good. Maybe I should try and cook that at home. Yeah, it's funny how pizza differs across like different countries. It is interesting. I've always wanted to go to Florence. Florence is a good visit, great. I enjoyed Florence. My memory of Florence is literally eating ice cream, gelato, and looking out over the city and it being very hot. Hey, Buddha. Indian food? I like Indian food on occasion. Sometimes I find the spices in Indian food overpowering, but I've had both Indian and Sri Lankan food, and I've enjoyed both. Like I don't go to order Indian food as a go-to all that often. And I don't know why. I think it's because I'm white. Maybe it has too much flavor sometimes, but then sometimes like I'll be like, yes, love Indian food. Oh, you do a lot, Buddha. Hi, Eyeball Paul. Good morning. Daughter-in-law. What does that ring a bell? I'd honestly put Australia as some of the best food there is, not because of our cuisine, but because we've imported everyone's stuff and have some of the best produce. I agree. Like Melbourne, the reason I live here, it's just like it's such a melting pot of culture and people who have brought knowledge from other countries and open restaurants. Like there are some just incredible restaurants around here. Yeah, like you are really just spoiled in Melbourne for food. Like it's almost incomparable. If you want to go to an authentic Italian restaurant, you can find one. If you want to go to an authentic like anything, you can find. I think I've been there, Bega. I can't remember when. Maybe before like a musical one time? Oh my goodness, what in the YouTube? What do you think of current Australian politics? Thank you for the $2. Sorry, I don't have YouTube chat open because no one ever watches on YouTube. Current Australian politics are kind of on a knife's edge, Manny, I think. It seems it's deceptively stable. I'm very worried about the rise of like fascists going around. So that's concerning. And yeah, we're stuck in a pretty interesting global political spot where we're, you know, basically beholden to America and China at the same time. And I think navigating that is very difficult. And yeah, sovereign citizens are a problem, obviously. And we have, we have a lot of issues that hopefully we can fix. Sorry, I can't see YouTube chat right now. I don't have it open. That makes me a bitch. But hi, welcome. If you would like to do a follow-up, I'm live on the other side. The purple one. Same name. I am a fake YouTuber. If you want to talk to me on YouTube, you have to pay $2 apparently. I mean, the craziest thing that's ever happened to me is the best Italian food I have ever had in my entire life, including my travels to Italy, was on a tiny little island off the coast of Scotland called Orkney. And there was just this authentic Italian restaurant there, and it was the best Italian I have ever had. In a tiny little town on a tiny little island where this family just has this banging Italian restaurant. Like, it was so good. I still think about it. Did you take the 30-second flight to Orkney? No, I took a ferry. I was on a boat. I don't know what that is, Scraticus. Famously short flight from the mainland. Like you just go up and then back down? No, or Tiny, I'm not really from Melbourne. I'm from outside Melbourne. I'm from rural Victoria. And rural Victoria does not have the same food options as Melbourne does. Not even slightly. Coburg. Yeah, Coburg is rural Victoria. Best pizza I've ever had, pretty sure, was a mafia hideout. Tracks. Growing up in a rural Sweden had great food options like Pizzeria 1, Pizzeria 2, and Pizzeria 3. And they all had banana pizza, didn't they? Tasty. You Swedish people and your banana pizza. Hey, what do you want for dinner tonight? Banana pizza?
I love people who roll on in and realize.
Jinx, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in. Hey, Cryptid. Hey, Catswan. Opinion on Oz recognizing Palestine? I think it's good. I think it's basically symbolic at this point, but I think that the response of Israel to what Hamas did on October 7th has been incredibly disproportionate and evil. I don't think you should starve children. I don't think you should bomb hospitals. I don't think you should do ethnic cleansing. I know I'm a radical. A crazy, crazy radical over here. So I think it's rather symbolic for Australia to recognize Palestine while we send weapons to Israel. Lol. But, you know, we've had a significant amount of huge protests here because I do think that most human beings look at other human beings and go, maybe we shouldn't kill each other. Maybe we shouldn't kill each other. Maybe we should try and find another way around all of this. So, look, I'm It feels like a little bit too little, too late for me personally. But also, I do realize that in Australia, we were potentially handcuffed by the foreign policy of the United States in a lot of ways. I will say I don't think Albanese's done a perfect job, but I don't think he has done a bad job of being a lot of the time I feel like he has been a particularly measured and reasonable leader. Like there hasn't been shirt fronting. I think he's been quite measured in some of his responses. Do I think he's done well enough? Probably not, but I'm always going to critique politicians. Yeah, Fox, I didn't realize it was an Australian colloquialism. Baker, that's so true. You go into like an Australian restaurant, right? And it'll say it's modern Australian. And you'll go in and it'll be like stir fry, pizza. It'll be like a dish from every cuisine. Truly. Truly. People will be like modern Australian. Bitch, this isn't modern Australian. It's like a dish from every country. Sticky date pudding. Yeah, it's so true. Chicken schnitzel. A palmy. A surf and turf. Leave sticky date pudding out of this. It's on every restaurant menu. Yeah, there's always, calamari. Fish and chips. Yeah, the salt and pepper squid. What else is on a modern Australian menu? There's always like a pasta, like a spaghetti bolognese, and there's always at least one risotto. There's always a mushroom risotto on every fucking menu. There's a goddamn mushroom risotto. I have a problem with the presence of the old mushroom risotto on every fucking menu. Kangaroo meat is not that commonly served in restaurants, no. Pavlova? Yeah, there's generally pavlova available. I make a fantastic mushroom risotto. It's my wife's favorite. I love that for you, Scraticus. I actually had the best risotto that had mushrooms in it. Lockie cooked it for us when we went over and played Magic. He's a fucking whiz of a cook. And it was delicious. He made it in a Thermomix, though. That's rich people shit. Having a Thermomix is the most rich people shit I can think of. Do you have a Thermomix, chat? If you do, you have to be a tier 3 subscriber here. Any Thermomix owners here have to tier 3 subscribe. Hot wet rice. Oh, there's always nachos on every menu as well. Every modern Australian menu will have nachos on it. Always nachos. I do like a nacho. Definitely fish and chips. And probably like a salmon or a chicken breast situation. You have a Thermomix, but it was a hand-me-down. Clyde, you're already a tier 3 subscriber. You're the blueprint. Not you're the blueprint. Yeah, there's generally a Caesar salad or like a Thai lamb salad. Oh, that sounds nice though, Clunt. I do too. People call me Nacho Guy. What do you mean people call you Nacho Guy? You like nachos so much they call you Nacho Guy? Like you go to a dinner with your friends and you're just like, I'm eating nachos all day, every day. All day, every day. That is it. I love that for you.
I love people who roll on in and realize very quickly how wonderful.
Alexandria, thank you for the raid. Welcome. How you doing? I had an ex ruin nachos. It was her greatest gift. What do you mean? How can she ruin nachos? Nobody is allowed to steal the glory of nachos from you. I hereby gift you back the power of the nacho. Great, how y'all doing? You're talking about modern Australian food at the moment. Modern Australian food. Strawman, that's so funny. Too many nachos, it was a nacho addiction. It was decided it was nacho for me. Alcerian, I have not. You can cleanse people of past food sins. Yeah, it's something I'm offering for a cost. That's right. For just $5 a month, I will cleanse you of your past culinary trauma. Don't know how, but it will work. And if it doesn't, no refunds. Oh yeah, fettuccine carbonara is definitely on most of Pixar's selling indulgences. Get her. What do you mean? The Catholic Church ran on a great sustainable system. I'm just making it better. Catholic Church 2.0. Okay? I'm flipping some shit though. No, you don't need to be cured of pineapple on pizza, Tiny, because pineapple on pizza is good. For a fun and engaging community like Pixel Smixel's cult, consider mentioning donations every 30 to 60 minutes during streams. Keep it light and optional. With playful reminders and showing appreciation to donors to maintain a positive vibe. Without overwhelming chat. Stop it. Oh my god. That's so funny. I wouldn't say buffalo wings are that common here. Like, buffalo wings aren't that common here, I don't think. I'll blink it on the grind set. I'll blink it on my poor streamer got locked out of her house today. You should make her feel better by being nice to her. Night, Tiny, I'm about to sing, so you've picked a good time. Oh god, not the flashbang. Stop it. Pain. Song requests are open. Alas, I'm about to be so annoying. and sing the one song that's been stuck in my brain for days now. Hi, my puggies. Maybe I lost my mind. No one noticed. No one noticed. It's getting old. I kinda like it if you call me all alone. 'Cause I'm so over being lonely. May have lost. I need a virtual connection. I have lost it. Be my video obsession. Wish it were
Give me some of that
true.
pure comedy. I love that you've taken it for your own.
Maybe I kinda like it if you call me. It's not right, 'cause I'm so over being lonely. Make you mine. I need a virtual connection. Take out time, be my video obsession. Come on, don't leave me. It can't be that easy, babe. If you believe me, I guess I'll get on a plane, drive to your city, excited to see your face. Hold me, console me, and then I'll leave without a trace. Come on, don't leave me. It can't be that easy, babe. If you believe me, I guess I'll get on a plane, fly to your city, excited to see your face. Hold me, console me, and then I'll leave without a trace. Come on, don't leave me. It can't be that easy, babe. If you believe me, I guess I'll get on a plane, fly to your city, excited to see your face. Hold me, console me, and then I'll leave without a trace. Come on, don't leave me. It can't be that easy, babe. If you believe me, I guess I'll get on a plane, fly to your city, excited to see your face. Hold me, console me, and then I'll leave without a trace. I kinda like it if you call me, 'cause I'm so over being lonely. I need a virtual connection. Be my video obsession. It tickles my brain in a nice way. I would love to sing pure comedy.
At 6.
For some reason, when I go to yeah.
The comedy of a man starts like this. Our brains are way too big for our mother's hips, and so nature she divides this alternative. We emerge our fun and hope whoever greets us on the other end is kind enough to fill us in. And babies, that's pretty much how it's been ever since. Now the miracle of birth leaves a few issues to address. Like say that half of us are periodically iron deficient. So somebody's gotta go kill something while I look after the kids. I do it myself, but what are you gonna get? This thing it's milk. He says as soon as he gets back from the hunt we can switch. It's hard not to fall in love with something so helpless. Ladies, I hope we don't end up regretting this. Comedy, now that's what I call pure comedy. Just wait until the part when they start to believe they're at the center of everything, and some all-powerful being endowed this horror show with meaning. Oh, their religions are the best. They worship themselves, yet they're totally obsessed with risen zombies, celestial virgins, magic tricks, these unbelievable outfits. And they get terribly upset when you question the sacred text written by women-hating epileptic. Their language is just served to confuse them. Their confusion somehow makes them more sure. They build fortunes, poisoning their offspring. And they hand out prizes when someone paid and secure. Where did they find these goons they elected to rule? What makes these clowns they idolize so remarkable? These mammals are hell-bent on fashioning new gods so they can go on being godless animals. the only thing that they request is something odd to numb the pain with, until there's nothing human left. Just random matter suspended in the dark. I hate to say it, but each other, all we've got. Thank you for that banging request, Salmon. I don't even know how I sing it, but I love that it's on the list.
Thank you, Alanis.
Like it. Loved it. Oh, thanks, Femi. Nice, Mia. How about getting off of these antibiotics? How about stopping eating when I'm full up? How about them transparent dangling carrots? How about that ever elusive kudo? Thank you, India. Thank you, Tara. Thank you, disillusionment. Thank you, frailty. Thank you, consequence. Thank you, silence. How about me not blaming you for everything? How about me enjoying the moment for what? How about how good it feels to finally forgive you? How about grieving it all one at a time? Thank you, India. Thank you, Tara. Thank you, disillusionment. Thank you, Freddie. Thank you, consequence. Thank you, silence. I let go. It was the moment I got more than I could handle. The moment I jumped off of it was the moment I touched down. How about no longer being masochistic? How about remembering your divinity? How about unabashedly blowing your eyes out? Oh god, my pronunciation there was interesting. How about not equating death with stopping? Thank you, India. Thank you, Tara. Thank you, disillusionment. Thank you, nothingness. Thank you, clarity. Thank you, silence. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, thank you, my puggies. I'm very grateful. Ooh.
Human, Christina Perry.
Now let's see what I remember of this. Yeah, I know the chorus. I can hold my breath. I can bite my tongue. No idea. I can stay awake for days if that's what you want. Be a number one. I can fake a smile. I can force a lie. I can dance and play the part. If that's what you ask, give you all I am. I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. But I'm only human, and I bleed when I fall down. I'm only human, and I crash and I break down. Your words in my head, knives in my heart. You build me up and then I fall apart, 'cause I'm only human. No idea. I'm making this whole thing up. Human. I can turn it on. Be a good machine. I can hold the weight of worlds if that's what you need. Be your everything. I can do it. I can do it. I go through it. And I bleed when I fall down. I'm only human, and I crash and I break down. Your words in my head, knives in my heart. You build me up and then I fall apart. Only human. I'm only human. I'm only human. Just a little human. Ooh, I can take so much till I've had enough. 'Cause I'm only human, and I bleed when I fall down. I'm only human, and I crash and I break down. Your words in my head, knives in my heart. You build me up and then I fall apart. I'm only human. Yeah, according to me, I haven't dropped any frames, you guys, so it does have to be Twitch or the internet. Oh, thanks, Bonnie.
Boy!
The little mess you made.
Whisker TV Karaoke.
I might have to look into YouTube again then. The little mess you made is filling up our room. A little bit of rain is filling up our shoes. Maybe second place is just the first to lose. You can have your cake, and you can have mine too. Say when you'll never see me again. The little mess you made is all over the news. The littlest mistake can leave the darkest bruise. Maybe I'm too late. Maybe it's too soon. Who gets all the blame? I guess it's up to you. Say when you'll never see me again. Just pretend, 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 pretend. She was just a friend. The little mess you made is all over the news. The littlest mistake can leave the darkest bruise. Maybe I'm too late. Maybe it's too soon. Who gets all the blame? I guess it's up to you. Say when you'll never see me again. Pretend, 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 pretend. She was just a friend. I have the shakes. Here's some sugar I prepared earlier. I probably need to eat something more substantial. Actually, you know what? Like the whole bag, don't you judge me. It's going in a jar. Except for the licorice ones. They're not going in the jar because I'll make everything taste like licorice. They're fucking so yum. The sweets have got candy down to an art. Holy fuck. Whatever this is delicious. This is delicious. These are specifically delicious. I want another one of these. Shut up, shut up, shut up. What are you fucking putting in these? Joyce. Chad, I have an offering for you. Tomorrow was supposed to be a day off. But I may try and do a really early stream. Now, I know that doesn't suit all of you, but I'm talking like 9 a.m. Yesterday was also supposed to be a day off. Yeah, well, mental breakdowns, bills, etc. You know. That's 7 p.m. EDT. I know. I know. Well, I'm just hungry right now, and I shouldn't just sit here and eat candy. But I want to cook a proper meal. And I'm just thinking about doing more stints. But mixing them up a little bit between games and stuff like that. And I know that's really hard because it's not the consistency of 6 p.m. every night like I usually do. And I am worried that it will ruin my career on this fucking platform. Just get one of your many eggs. I could go get an egg, but I want to put it on a plate with other food. I might have a tinned fish. Maybe. But I was thinking about trying to do like 9 till 12. Because I'm going to be really, like, I wake up at 7:30 now, which is early. Like a normal person level of early. This was never me. It would be, why am I still eating these? Oh my God. They're so delicious. Stop. Oh gosh. Over there. Out of arm's reach. Fuck me. I'm in danger. That's like diabetes waiting to happen. Oh my, they're so yum. Lucky I can't get those very easily here. I probably could on the internet. I don't want to know about it. I don't want to know about it. I don't want to know about it. I don't want to know. I cannot believe how fucking delicious every single one of those is. Anyway, so I was thinking maybe just like 3 hours of Outer Wilds tomorrow in the morning. Maybe. because I really want to play. And like, not that the streams make any money, but I really want to play. And if I reframe it in my head as like, you know, you don't know that she doesn't love you. I eat a lot of candy. Would anybody watch 3 hours of Outer Wilds in the morning because I really want to play the game? Find your lane? No, I don't want a lane. I'm so sick of capitalism forcing us all to niche down because God forbid you are a multifaceted person in content. Stop it. I understand the way capitalism works. I understand if I want to be rich, that I should niche down and have exactly one thing that I do. But I don't want to do that. Like I don't want that. I don't. Let me be a whole person. Let me sing and talk politics and play video games, please. I swear to God, I'll be so reliable. For just $5 a month, I'll be reliable across a period of time. And I'll only have 50 mental breakdowns a year. If it's 10 a.m., it would suit me specifically, which is all that's important. Well, it has to be 9 a.m. because I probably have to leave the house at 12. Because it's my day off and I plan to have a catch up with my friend Bree. I don't know, $5 for 3 things. I don't know. It's a bargain. In fact, it should be $15. If you're thinking about it, should be $5 for each thing. In good news, there's only 3 days of winter left. Yes. Well, I'm happy, but I'm also nervous because I feel like this room is going to be really hot in summer, which I'm going to get accused of being a whore all the time. And then people are going to accuse me of being a whore while at the same time calling me ugly. And that's just going to be great. Well, it's not a day off if you stream. Yeah, but I want to sing on Saturday or Sunday. No, there's no AC unit situation going on in this room, and I do not think my AC out in the living room will travel this far. So we'll see how we go. Your attention is expensive, I learned from Taylor. That's right, I'm taking advice from billionaires now. Chat, is it wrong of me to begrudge the way content functions? Like, I really do. I hate how you have to niche down until you're big enough and then you're allowed to like explore things. And I've never really gotten big enough because I've never wanted to niche down enough. Yes, that's exactly why, Gerodimus. Actually, I played a game of Dota today and I got called all sorts of things. They were like, oh no, a woman. And then they were awful to me the whole game. We won. But they were awful to me. Anyway, to everybody who subscribes to me, I'm so fucking grateful. Truly. Because I have been able to not niche down only because of you. It's no good for advertisers. It's not really good for anyone. And the only reason it exists is because of the people who subscribe to the channel. And I do realize that some of you subscribe because I chat. Some of you subscribe because I sing. Some of you subscribe because I play Dota. Right? 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 Some of you subscribe because I'm funny. Right? Right? I subscribe despite your Dota. All but Dota. Hmm. See, you say that, Ultimate D-Man, but like, and there have been people in here who've given me a lot of money, but I've never had a really big whale, like beyond the occasional person who requests pony, perhaps, and people who have gifted me big things. I don't know. What chat? Do you remember any consistent big whaling? I freeload because you're pretty. Dota, I buy high ranked Dota accounts and just blindly run mid. I feed off the rage of my teammates. That good for you. I'm Guardian, so I hate you. Greet, in some ways, whales do make me uncomfortable. It feels much more politically correct to have $5 from people who can afford $5 than others. But look, I'm grateful for every fucking song request that comes my way. Oh yeah, there was that one guy who turned into such a creep fox. Yep. Yep. And it's really funny because some streamers will put up with him. But that one guy's still kicking around. Yeah, I know. You know the stream that he supports. I don't associate at all there anymore. Not even a little bit. You would know exactly who I'm talking about, Sabrina. Yep. And problematic doesn't even begin to describe it. I kind of want the tea. Oh God, chat, there's so much historical tea. I did leave out the magic card sorting. Is that why you subscribe, Ultimate D-Man? For magic card sorting? There's too many usernames that it could be. I'm pretty sure I'm way off. I can't just sit here and name them because I don't want to start drama, but yeah. No. Sometimes you get really kind donators, ruggers that are I mean, I have a bunch of them in here. They know who they are. A lot of them donate anonymously. Mainly so they don't get requests from other people for money. But like there are people in here who have been extremely generous in supporting my content. But I also don't do what other streamers do for people who donate lots of money. Like some streamers will provide access for significant amounts of money, and I don't do that. I've donated large amounts to certain streamers because I believe in their cause, especially now the world is in chaos. See, and that is, I respect it a lot. You can support any creator you want. I, for one, have never supported this channel, not even once. Lemo, Tasty, not you badge flexing in my chat. Oh, that's really nice, Ultimate D-Man. I think I'm pretty good at staying up to date with pop culture. I'm just mentally ill enough that I've always got a good story, but I'm not so mentally ill that I won't show up to stream on a regular basis, which is kind of, if you think about it, the perfect amount of mental illness for this. Anyway, probably not for living and life, but you know, it sticks and glue. And see, Ruggers, that is most of the people who have ever donated to me. Badge posting is weird. Great. Lol. Also, I do love our Discord community. You get to work, my puggies. I hope you have a good day. Better than mine. Don't lock yourself out of your apartment. No, I love, do you know what? I really love the way movie nights in Discord support me having a night off while maintaining that sense of community for people who want it, right? Like, not everybody wants Discord movie nights, but it's so important to me. I love that it's taken on a life of its own and I don't have to run them all myself. I haven't run one in a very long time because you guys just do such a good job. Oh, thank goodness, my poggies. That's nice. I don't have a spare. Yeah, I have a Discord. It's called The Display because lots of little pixels make up a big picture. Get it? Pixel smixel. Lots of little pixels make up a display. I also run my Discord server like an authoritarian hellscape. So, yeah, if a chat's not going the way I want it to, I will fix it. And I will tell you, like, truly, I have a nice rose bush of a Discord and I prune that shit. Like, I prune it. I prune it. If the politics channel gets out of control, again, I'll prune that shit. Truly. Once a year, back to the trunk. Yes, something along those lines. Something along those lines. And the Discord has the right sort of cable to connect to a new GPU. I'll go shopping tomorrow afternoon. Notes. I need. What did you say? Cords. What kind of cord do I need? Again, it's a display cord, right? Does it have a special name? It's sad I don't get to see movie there since I can't keep up with regular chat and there's usually only 5 minutes warnings because you organize it beforehand. No, it's always generally at the same time, about 8 o'clock they run. There's sometimes random ones, display ports. Thanks. And I need new contour and groceries. What did I say? I wanted more tinned fish and pickled vegetables. Yes, I think Famis might have sent me some to my PO box. But I'm not going to the country until next week. So if they are at my PO box, I can pick them up next week. Look, the screen that I'm playing the games on is plugged into the graphics card. It's just this one that isn't. Okay? It's just that one isn't. And it works. It's fine. It doesn't even look that bad. I don't know what to tell you. Probably more specifically, try for a DisplayPort 2.1. Okay. Oh my God, did you get married? When do you think I had time to get married? Chat. I know I keep my private life pretty private. But I'd probably tell you. Guys, my beautiful ring, which I would like more of. What's the deal with that? Send me rings. No, it's not weird. Send me nice jewelry. Can't have nickel in it. If you were thinking Christmas presents, any of that, rings. Hook me up. I don't care if they're too big, too small. They'll fit on one finger. It doesn't matter. Couldn't tell you, Strawman. This ring. This ring specifically. It's nothing super special. But my grandma, when she was dying, gave me $50. And she's like, buy something that you keep. And I just really couldn't think of anything for $50 that I would keep. So I added a few hundred and bought this ring. Do you want people to send nice expensive gemstone jewelry, or does it just have to look cute? It can just look cute, but it just can't have nickel in it. Because I'm allergic. PO boxes in the Discord, my friends. I did. I made a Throne account, but I haven't put anything on there yet. Because I don't know how. And it feels weird. You know what the most obnoxious feeling in the world is? Making a list of things that you want want other people to buy you. It's weird. It's a weird thing. Hi, Ale Weaselbub. Do you mind if it comes out of a cereal box, as in like plastic? I mean, I want it to go with my vibe, my general demeanor. Yeah, I should make one coming up to Christmas, because I do know at least like there's 3 of you in here who like to send me gifts. I'm making a list and then I'm forcing you into a tech support call. I accept the force. For what it's worth, my job gives me money on Amazon. It took me 4 months this year to want anything. Yeah, I have had a really good not spend year this year, mainly because all my money has had to go to like big things that have sucked. But like, I haven't bought a lot of clothes. I haven't bought anything fun, really. You're working on psychohistory. It's going pretty good. Nice. You can also allow the whole community to contribute to a single gift on Throne. Ah. Well, I'll have another look at it if I get the chance. I thought you got a new dress recently. The dress for my birthday that I thrifted? Yeah, I did get that. And I did get my fun pants. You're so right. I did get the fun pants I thrifted. I don't know. I don't think so, Soprem. I'm not sure. I don't know. I do love my fun pant box. You like that? I accidentally called you box. Wasn't there a pink dress for Saturday or something? Oh, you mean me and my friend who were supposed to go thrifting today, but she cancelled on me because she had to go to a medical emergency? We do have to wear purple clothes. I am supposed to go shopping to find something purple to wear because I don't have any purple clothes. Yeah, I'm buying purple clothes. Yeah. Because it's my friend's birthday and we're in a team, a racing team, a car racing team. And our color team is purple. So we're trying to thrift some purple clothes because I don't have any. But I have a friend who owns a lot of purple clothes and I asked if I could come raid her wardrobe. So hopefully she's got some purple clothes. Just wear your Twitch hoodie or blanket. I'm pretty sure I donated my Twitch hoodie. The purple one. I don't have enough room for all the Twitch hoodies. I kept my favorite Twitch hoodie. And then the rest I donated. The only one I really couldn't donate was the one with my name on it. I was like, that would be weird, wouldn't it? Does Twitch send you merch? Sometimes we get cool merch. Not as often as we did back in the glory days. Twitch used to be a much more community-based platform and the creators, we were treated much nicer. Like I had a partner manager back in the day. I don't have one now. I'm just nothing. But like I would say maybe 3, 4 and 4 of streaming for me were insane. Like Twitch was so nice to us. They'd take us out for dinner. You know, like this year, I don't even think they're running anything at PAX. Yeah. That one you auction off, starting price 200, original Gamer Girl Twitch hoodie signed. Nobody wants it. It won't fit anyone. No one's gonna pay for that. Yes, there is that meetup. The tickets for that go on sale, what, on the 5th or something? I think that's fine, Strawman. You don't have to go to TwitchCon every year. Are they doing anything for SXSW? I don't know. I don't even know if I'm going to SXSW. My friend did say I could stay in her hotel room that she has in Sydney, so I would only have to pay for flights, and I have enough points from my credit card to a flight to Sydney and back. So, you know, no, South by Southwest is in Sydney. Yeah. Yeah, it's just outrageous. It's outrageous, not a non. I've got to think about what I don't know if I'm going to PAX like all the days. I think I will literally go to PAX, play some Magic, Like, I don't really have any responsibilities this year, so I'll probably just go in one day, play some Magic, do some shopping. Maybe if I've got money. If I don't, then I'll probably just play Magic and then leave. Maybe test some indie games. Chat, I'll throw this idea. I'm thinking about doing some studying. I don't know if my mental state can handle it, but I'm thinking about maybe studying ethics. Specifically related to AI. Just as a hobby. But as an addition, with an eye towards what end? Trying to get people to use AI more ethically. Not that I think anyone will listen to me, but I don't know. What about me? You'll listen to me? Thanks, guys. Sanguinary. You can use AI to study AI, to study AI, to study AI, to study AI, to study AI while falling into the pits of hell that are the future that we found ourselves in. Whatever fucking timeline this is, my friends, I am not sure. Hi, Dottie. You're kind of joining us at the end. Anyway, invest in my AI company so I can retire, lol. Sag, I'm sorry. I'm thinking about doing a day stream tomorrow from 9 a.m. onwards. I can get my ducks in a row. Today was just a bit of a bin day. And by bin day, I mean I locked myself out of my apartment and I just... You know what? It's been an uphill battle, but I've done it. Well, I'm definitely getting nothing done for end of month then. Why? Because I'm doing a day stream. So how does the schedule look for the rest of the week? Well, I was thinking of singing Saturday and Sunday. I don't know. I don't know if I need a day off right now or if I need to just not be in my brain. So 0 days off? Would it be 0 days off? I don't know. Would it be 0 days off? Maybe I'm just... Yeah, Vox. Kind of that. I hope you find work too. It's not to bury yourself in. I just think you have to live your life, but it's hard to live your life if you don't have a stable income. One. And you're mentally a bit, but I did read my book last night and I'm really proud of myself for that. And I'm going to go read it again tonight. I'm about 10 chapters into Morning Star. So I've almost finished the first trilogy of I reckon I'll finish it next week. But I've almost finished the first trilogy of the Red Rising series. But yeah, tomorrow morning stream is probably a gaming stream. For those of you who are interested, it is an American friendly gaming stream. And it's really just for me to have fun playing the game. Because I want you to experience it too, obviously. But I really just want to play. Like, I'm having so much fun exploring space. Like, the game is so good. I'm having so much fun and I just want to play it. So, yeah, this is for tomorrow morning, probably 9 till 12. At the latest, 9:30. But yeah, Evan, incredible recommendation because I am loving it. Like, truly enjoying it so much. It's just, I don't, and like, I was a bit insecure the other day about being bad at the game because this bitch could not land a spaceship for the life of her, but it's just, yeah, it's fun. I do wish the game wasn't so freaking dark. It's hard to see stuff. Aw, Dude Menu, that's so nice
Dude
of
Manu
you.
gifted a tier 1 sub to undead_logic.
That's very kind to today's sub count. I'm very grateful. Undead, enjoy. I'm playing Outer Wilds, Soy Prem. We can look at the lighting if you want, Fox, but I don't think it's that dark. You've been playing a lot of Starfield? Well, it's okay. It's also okay if you can't show up to the stream tomorrow because Louis is hard at work editing the VODs of this, and I will post them to YouTube. It's going to be a series. Like, I'm not doing heavy editing and making it into like a 1 hour video. I'm basically posting the whole thing. So it'll be like Outer Wilds Part 1, Part 2, Part 3, Part 4, Part 5, Part 6, and I'll make a playlist on YouTube and I'll upload relatively minimal edits. No, there's no normal time stream tomorrow. Tomorrow is technically my day off. I'm just playing a game in the morning. Which isn't taking a day off, but to me in my head, I'm calling it a day off. I just want to play the game in the morning, but I will play the game in front of you. Yeah, but I want to be able to post it. Do you know what I mean? I want to be able to post it, so yeah. I don't know. Do you have a movie for later? I need to go find some food. It's like, chat, I actually am experiencing a late resurge of gaming. Like, I played a game of Dota today. And it really is thanks to the gift of this new PC. I just feel like I can, I guess. It feels like something possible. And I think the nicest part of it for me so far is that I really am enjoying it. It doesn't feel like work. So I still have to update the PC specs. I still haven't done that. I don't really know, but I have a 5080. What CPU did we get? That's a really good question. I think it's an AMD one, yeah. It doesn't have really any RGB or anything like that. It's just in the fractal case. It's in the fractal case. It has fans. It has RAM in it. It has 4 terabytes of storage. No, it's running. It's sitting there running. I'm on it. You're on it. We're here. We're on it. Exactly how many fans? A few. I'm taking a wild guess that you didn't build this PC yourself. I had the help of 2 very knowledgeable friends who helped me build it to my liking. But like, yeah, there's, yeah. I couldn't do it on my own, guys. Let's be very real here. I couldn't do this shit on my own. I am a product of the help that has been so generously given to me along the way from people like Tasty, like Vons, like Miggy. They have helped me a lot. Yeah, I could ruggers, but I have disabled hands and I don't want to. That sounds like an excuse. Truly though, I can't do this comfortably. So anyway, like I truly do. I can't play controller games because of my hands. But it's fine. Do you want to see? No, I'm not showing you. I'm shy. I'm bashful. I'm bashful. Everybody say, don't be bashful, Lorax. I'm bashful. Sorry. How do you know a streamer has an unusable thumb? She'll tell you. Fuck you. It's not my fault that I injured my hand in a professional surfing accident. No, it's the ocean's fault, all right? That one rogue wave, it just got me in a way that I've never been able to recover from. And here we are. I have to eat. I gotta go. I gotta go and get some food. Chat, where are... Chat, it's crazy how many people were botting. What are these viewer counts? Well, they're lower. I don't know if I take him on his word, but Devin Nash thought most of the top 500.
The world and never find such good goop.
Is it me or are you streaming way longer tonight?
No, I did 7 hours yesterday, Dirty Deeds, but I've only done, we're coming up on 4 hours in 9 minutes. I did see someone drop from 1.5k to 150. Yeah. Yep. I've seen people who haven't streamed as well since Botgate. It's just very, very interesting. They think we don't know. I mean, it was just such common knowledge that that's what everybody was doing around the 1K mark. Truly. Like, there were very few people that were natural. Like, I have 3 people over 1K viewers on my list right now, and there used to be maybe 10. Meanwhile, there's 80 viewer Andys who've been solid for years still chugging along. No, I mean, that's what I am. Don't hate the player, hate the game. I do hate the game. I don't hate the players. I just think it's funny because I've never done it. I've thought about it. I've thought about it. But unfortunately, I have like a moral code that exists, and it just doesn't align. Because there are times I was like, if people thought my opinion was worth more, then maybe they would listen. And then I was like, that is not what I value. What I value is the actual health of this community and how it functions and the people in it. Not necessarily the clout that comes from having that. Or the money. And that's not me being like, oh my God, I'm such a good person. I would like more money. Okay. Oh my God, I'm so different. I'm so moral. I'm so above it all. No. Not even slightly. Okay. But I just can't do it. It's like the one time I tried to go on a date with like an old man and I couldn't bring myself to do it. Like on, you know, like on a, I was in uni and I was so poor. I was like, what if? What if? What if? And then I just couldn't do it. Deleted the account. Never looked back. And I was like, well, it looks like that's just not a thing that's going to happen. Was he like 85 or something? I don't know. I have also considered the sugar baby route. It's a shameful period in my life. You don't have to be ashamed of it. There are so many women I know who have at least dabbled.
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Good Morals.
Nah, I don't have any. My morals are my morals. I don't know if I can ascribe any value to them. I considered it, but to rich women? Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? It's like, how much do I get? And I just realized it was so funny that I learned. Do you know, and the other thing about smut and why it's so lost on me is that in so much smut, it's the idea of a guy being really rich and looking after you. When
Doty_90 gifted a tier 1 sub to Morally Bankrupt. They have given 316 gift subs in the channel.
Yeah, that's me. Thanks, Dotty. Yeah, slay. That's perfect. That's exactly what I needed. Thank you. I'm not hot enough. I'd suffer a slow death on those websites. It's just
Notan__ gifted a tier 1 sub to Sugar Daddy. They have given 104 gift subs in the channel.
Stop. No. Stop it. Okay? I hate money. All right? I hate money. That's disgusting.
Tasty Velociraptor gifted a tier 1 sub to Rich CO.
But
They have given 1707 gift subs in the channel.
No, but that's what like most smart is. It's like here's this really rich guy who will look after you. And then you'll be happy. And to me, that now just sounds like hell. I'm like, this is not hot. What?
Wellock gifted a tier 1 sub to I Hate Money.
I
They have
do.
given 1010
On a
gift subs in the
philosophical
channel.
level.
This is a full-blown house deposit, so...
You know what I'm going to spend these subscriptions on, chat? Bots.
Doty _90
that's a
gifted a
real
tier 1 sub to
account.
Socialism is when
That's
no
a
fun.
real
They have given
account.
317 gift subs in the channel.
That's a real account.
Ultimate Demon Nerd gifted a tier 1 sub to Logical _.
Philmon, thank you for the 2 months. Chat, where's the free will spam? That's a 2-month prime. I'm fresh, I'm young, I'm hip, I'm new. I'm still cool. We still got people subscribing for 2 months, alright? It's not all you 90-month subscribers. We got fresh. I was going to say meat, but that's wrong. But thank you so much. I'm very grateful. Yeah. Not the end of stream level 2 hype train. Thanks, guys. It's very funny. It's, you know, it's a nice way. It's a nice way to finish it off, you know. There's no fresh meat here. We are sugar daddies. No, you're not. What is my sugar? Here. Yeah. Want some sugar? This is the bag of sugar I don't like.
Lander 486
Would
gifted a tier 1 sub
Would
to
you?
Fresh Meat.
You want the licorice flavor? Would you like it? Would you like it?
Strawman
try it one
Negro
more.
gifted a tier 1 sub to Alex Jones did 9_1_1. They have given 623 gift subs in the channel.
This is a full-blown house deposit.
It's literally
I want the hype train emotes Connor Skemin.
valid box. Thank you for the 42 months. Strawman, lol. Lander, lol. And now we're at level... They're not awful. They're just licorice flavor. It's weird though.
Guys, it's not a cult.
It's like sweet
You can't
aniseed or
just tell
something.
everybody it's a cult when they first come in. You'll
Oh,
scare 'em
no.
off. It's a community, guys. Community. Keep it casual.
Not Luddite Cyborg. That's hilarious. Oh, Tizzle got one. That's so lovely. Oh, I mean, that's so lovely. That's so nice. Yeah, that's so great. You know, keep the hype train going, guys, because it's just a great day to be alive. Do you know what I mean? You know what I didn't do today? I definitely didn't lock myself out of my house. No, I didn't. I did not do that. I've actually had a day in which I've made exactly 0 mistakes. Just a really nice day.
Doty _90 gifted a tier 1 sub to Irish Beast. They have given 318 gift subs in the channel.
I didn't lock myself out of my house, I said. Okay? I definitely didn't get stuck in a lobby. And I definitely didn't get extorted by Locksmith. But I did. I mean, I know I did it because I only make good decisions. Yeah, because I got a good moral code, you know? Never bought a bot in my life. With my good moral code.
So
The way the accent jump scared me.
Oh, sorry about that. Did you not know who you were watching with this sick Irish accent? Because it's so authentic, you know. That's why, isn't it? You know, 49 months later, you're like, wow, it's just so authentic every time and don't know what to do about it. It's basically one of the members of Bewitched, or what's the other one? The Chorus, you know. It's very obvious. Everybody's... Not that every vowel
Notiman
is a
underscore
surprise.
gifted a tier 1 sub to hobbits underscore to underscore Isengard. They have given 105 gift subs in the channel.
What do you mean you have the feeling it gets worse every time? No, it doesn't. It's clearly Irish every single time we do it. Like, every time the accent is never changing. It's always the exact same every time because it's so stable and I know exactly what I'm doing. Like, it just comes out in such... Because I've spent so much time in Ireland. Because I've... Because I spent so much time in Ireland, everybody knows what's going on, and I actually just have a really natural Irish accent. You speak in Slay, I get flashes of the Irish flag flying out your mouth. See, Dottie, did you get it?
Doty underscore 90 gifted a tier 1 sub to Diddly Potatoes. They have given 319 gift subs in the channel.
Diddly dee potatoes. I do love a potato. Do you know what? See, there has actually been a few days as of recent when I have been very disappointed that I actually didn't have potatoes in the house. But I'm actually quite traumatized from the one time that I had the bag of potatoes in my cupboard and I realized they'd gone rotten and started leaking. And like, I just didn't know potatoes could do that until then. And then I was like, oh, I don't want that to happen again. So I'm a bit nervous about the rotten potatoes. So I've been kind of off potatoes.
This is a full-blown house deposit, so...
Yeah, Adam. See, that's just a really valid subscription for 9 months. Thank you so much. That's really welcome, you know. That's great. And to be fair, to be sure, you already have 1 minute of my incredible Irish accent last. And then the stream is over. That's right. The hype train ends. The stream ends. It's all over and I go home. I'm already home. I don't have to go anywhere. I will go out there, away from you. Because you're annoying. And I've had it up to here. Despite what's happening, I do like this streamer. And that's nice. Glad I could enjoy this excellent Irish accent. Thank you so much, Adam. I really appreciate your support during this time. Thanks. The classic Irish woman's dilemma. Do I eat the potato or do I let it ferment and turn into liquor? Well, it didn't really turn into liquor. It was a bad smell. Very, very bad smell. Not good at all. Very, in fact, bad. Okay, bye. Who are we rating? Fuck yeah, I got whatever that emote is. Oh my god, I'm so happy for you, Vox. Why am I still using my accent? The train's over, girl. The fuck? The train is over. Well, what we could do from now on is we could just skip level 4 and go straight to level 5, you know? The glorious uwu accent that people love. You know, it's really endearing. People say it's really good. You know, people love a Discord kitten. I hope there's no German accent on this train. I would learn. We don't talk about her anymore. You actually nailed the accent with the bit of Dotty type. Thanks. I really appreciate it, Paul. Let's raid Maybe Zach. It was fun, wasn't it? I had a nice time. Now let's forget this ever happened. Yeah, I agree. I had a good time. I did. Have a good meal. Yeah, I gotta go think about what I'm gonna have. I just don't know if I can be bothered making laksa at 10:30. So I assume it will be a random plate of snack-like delicacies. Chat, I'll probably see you in the morning. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Don't lock yourself out of your apartment. Oh, God.